Auditorium Ahmad Dahlan, Jakarta, 12 Juni 2025 dimulai. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome to all participants to the dissemination for the training program on Young Talent Preparation for Mentor Teachers 2025.
Bisa ambil disilakan.
Baik, selamat menyaksikan acara hari ini, semoga bermanfaat.
Kami dari perwakilan SMP UMJ mengucapkan banyak terima kasih, terutama kepada kampus Universitas UHAMKA, yang telah menyelenggarakan acara pada hari ini. Kita baru tahu ya, ternyata di sini tuh ada metode yang sangat luar biasa, dan ini baru pertama kali kita mengenal ada metode PISA, ada metode gasing yang sangat luar biasa, dan pesertanya itu lebih antusias, dan mereka itu sangat menikmati sekali dengan metode ini. Mudah-mudahan jika nanti akan diadakan lagi, mudah-mudahan bisa dilaksanakan di tempat kami. Itu untuk UHAMKA, terima kasih sekali lagi, sukses.
Hasil pelatihan program pelatihan persiapan talenta muda bagi guru pembimbing tahun anggaran 2025 sangat luar biasa dan berjalan begitu mantap dan menarik, dan semoga kedepannya kita akan mendapatkan inovasi-inovasi baru untuk meningkatkan numerasi di Indonesia. Indonesia pandai berhitung. Yeay!
Tahun 57 berdirilah sebuah mimpi, ekip Muhammadiyah awal mula cerita, kini UHAMKA namanya melangkah lebih jauh. UHAMKA maju, semangat terus berkobar, Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta, mencetak SDM berkualitas, penuh integritas, selalu di jiwa. Langkah demi langkah ditempuh, jalan panjang penuh harapan. Dari IKIP jadi universitas besar, bila pendidikan membangun generasi gemilang. UHAMKA maju, semangat terus berkobar, Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta, mencetak SDM berkualitas, penuh integritas, trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. Setiap mahasiswa membawa cahaya, dalam setiap langkahnya membawa perubahan. Integritas di hati, trust di setiap janji, compassion membimbing menuju masa depan cerah. UHAMKA maju, semangat terus berkobar, Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta, mencetak SDM berkualitas, penuh integritas, trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. UHAMKA, kau kebanggaan kita di setiap tahun 57 berdirilah sebuah mimpi. Ikip Muhammadiyah awal mula cerita, kini UHAMKA namanya melangkah lebih jauh. UHAMKA maju, semangat terus berkobar. Universitas unggul di tanah yang tercinta, mencipta SDM berkualitas, penuh integritas, trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. Langkah demi langkah ditempuh, jalan panjang penuh harapan. Dari IKIP jadi universitas besar, bila pendidikan membangun generasi gemilang. UHAMKA maju, semangat terus berkobar. Universitas unggul di tanah yang tercinta, mencipta SDM berkualitas, penuh integritas, trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. Setiap mahasiswa membawa cahaya, dalam setiap langkahnya membawa perubahan. Integritas di hati, trust di setiap janji, compassion membimbing menuju masa depan cerah. UHAMKA maju, semangat terus berkobar.
Honorable, our distinguished keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Khairi bin Haji Osman and Dr. Juan Primitivo Petrole. Honorable, Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. HAMKA, Professor Dr. Gunawan Suryaputro, M.Hum. Honorable, Vice of Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. HAMKA, Professor Dr. Nani Solihati, MPD. Honorable, Head of Institute for Research, Community Service and Publication, Professor Heri Mulyono, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin by expressing our highest gratitude to the Almighty God for His blessing and grace that bring us together in this remarkable event today. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome the distinguished guests, respected speakers, presenters, and all participants from around the world. Welcome to International Conference on Education, Innovation, and Learning Transformative 2025. We are truly delighted to have you, both on-site and online, to join this inspiring event under the main theme, Driving Education, Innovation, and Learning Transformative for a Sustainable Future. This conference brings together educators, researchers, and practitioners who share the same vision to create meaningful transformation in education for future-ready learners. To begin this wonderful occasion, let us rise and give our honor by singing the Indonesia national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the singing of Indonesia Raya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Apakah terdengar suara saya? Halo, good morning. Assalamualaikum. Bapak Ibu semuanya, can you? Okay, I think it's already appeared there. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Um, First of all, I would like to thanks the organizer, Rector of UHAMKA, participants, and also collaboration between universities in Indonesia for organizing this event. It is truly an honor to address this distinguished assembly at the International Conference on Education, Innovation, and Learning Transformation. What I want to deliver here is actually not an opening remark. Perhaps opening remark is more about welcoming participants, thanking the organizer, underlining the event and collaboration, and also hoping the success of the conference, which is I did. Here, I actually want to connect our conference theme, driving education, innovation, and learning transformation for a sustainable future, with the rapid development of artificial intelligence, or AI, specifically by examining how the concept of transformative learning must confront this new reality. At its core, transformative learning is an effort to fundamentally change a learner's mindset or worldview. This change typically involves three key elements: critical reflection, a holistic and emancipatory teaching approach, and the essential quality of the teacher-student relationship. Consequently, this approach often follows the work of Jack Maziro, who outlined 10 stages of transformation. I will focus on the first and most crucial stage, that is the disorienting dilemma. This is a phenomenon or experience that profoundly alters our outlook of life. It forces us to engage in critical reflection and evaluate the assumption we have long held as true. For the world of education today, AI is that disorienting dilemma. So I want to repeat this one. For the world of education today, AI, or artificial intelligence, is that disorienting dilemma. The presence of artificial intelligence in our field is not just challenging student worldviews, it is the mindset we hold about education itself that must be radically adjusted. So I will not underline this one, that the presence of artificial intelligence in our field is not just challenging students' worldview, it is the mindset we hold about education itself that must radically adjusted. AI is changing and in some ways shattering our old perspective. It compels us to fundamentally reconsider what we know about teaching, knowledge, assessment, and even human identity. AI forces us to redefine the basic concepts that underpin our educational system. We must engage in critical reflection by asking, for instance, what does it mean to be a writer, author, or perhaps scholar when an AI can independently generate an entire book. So what does the meaning of scholar? What does the meaning of writer, author? If AI can produce the same thing as us. And then second, how do we define plagiarism and cheating when AI can summarize and synthesize new text so effectively that its original sources become unrecognizable? For the meaning of skill, this is three elements that what you call it, like divine transformative learning. Even the meaning of skills like creativity, critical thinking, and reflection is shifting away from the traditional frame of reference we relied on. For instance, creativity is becoming increasingly linked to mastering the art of prompt engineering. If you go to Gemini, if you go to ChatGPT, prompt engineering is an important thing to process. And interactive learning. Furthermore, AI can serve as a potent literacy partner in our own reflective processes. If, as stated by Jonathan Haidt in the Anxious Generation, that the 2010 and until 2015 era was considered as the great rewiring of human life, the one of its most visible manifestation is now appearing in our education system with the arrival of AI. This technology is forcing us to reconceptualize teaching methodologies, the dynamics of the student-teacher relationship, and the very meaning of critical thought, creative work, and also scholarly output. The disruption is already generating tension. Many educators worry students rely on AI to complete assignment, including dissertation, thesis, skripsi in Bahasa Indonesia. And conversely, students are beginning to protest faculty members who use AI for grading and task creation. This was highlighted, for instance, in a New York Times report on 14 May 2025 concerning Northeastern University in the US, where students label their professor as hypocritical and even demanded tuition refunds because faculty members who had
ketinggian tuh.
for students were apparently using it themselves for classroom. As one student protested, he is telling us not to use it, and then he is using it himself. So, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu semuanya, we are at a pivotal moment. Let us use this conference to explore how we can navigate this dilemma, embrace the transformation, and successfully drive education innovation to secure a sustainable future for all. Thank you, dan wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next session, we would like to present a short video showcasing the dissemination of the numeracy training program. This video highlights the implementation and outcomes of our numeracy training activities, part of our ongoing effort to strengthen transformative learning practices in higher education. Through this program, educators and academic partners have collaborated to develop innovative strategies that enhance students' numeracy skills and critical thinking. Please enjoy the following presentation.
Auditorium Pascasarjana, Jakarta, 12 Juni 2025 dimulai. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome to all participants to the dissemination of for the training program on young talent preparation for mentor teachers 2025.
Unggul, silakan.
Baik, selamat menyaksikan acara ini, semoga bermanfaat.
Kami dari perwakilan SMP FKIP UMJ mengucapkan banyak terima kasih terutama kepada kampus Universitas HAMKA yang telah menyelenggarakan acara pada hari ini. Kita baru tahu ya ternyata di sini tuh ada metode yang sangat luar biasa dan ini baru pertama kali kita mengenal ada metode PISA, ada metode gasing yang sangat luar biasa dan pesertanya itu lebih antusias dan mereka itu sangat menikmati sekali dengan metode ini. Mudah-mudahan jika nanti akan diadakan lagi, mudah-mudahan bisa dilaksanakan di tempat kami. Itu untuk UHAMKA, terima kasih sekali lagi, sukses.
Hasil pelatihan program pelatihan persiapan talenta muda bagi guru pembimbing tahun anggaran 2025 sangat luar biasa dan berjalan begitu mantap dan menarik. Dan semoga kedepannya kita akan mendapatkan inovasi-inovasi baru untuk meningkatkan numerasi di Indonesia. Indonesia pandai berhitung. Yeay!
And documentation as a token of appreciation for this special event, we would like to invite our honorable guests. We would like to invite Profesor Dr. Nani Solihati, MPD. We would like to invite Profesor Dr. Gunawan Surya Putro, MHum. And we would like to invite Professor Heri Mulyono, PhD. And we would like to invite our honorable keynote speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Khoiri bin Haji Othman. And we would like to invite Bapak Mr. Dr. Juan Primitivo Petrola. Please come to the stage. Yeah. Yes, Prof. Come here. Okay. First, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Nani Solihati MPD to present a sovereign to Professor Dr. Titin Fatima MPD. We would like to invite Professor Dr. Nani Soliati to give a souvenir to Professor Dr. Andri Vindarini. Yeah. Please give applause, everyone. Next, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Gunawan Surya Putra M.Hum to present a sovereign to Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Khairi. Now we would like to invite Professor Heri Mulyana PhD to present a sovereign to Dr. Juan Primitivo Petrola. Ladies and gentlemen, before we coming to our main event, we'd like to have our welcoming remarks from the Honorable, the Director of Transformative Learning Strategies and System, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Professor Dr. Andri Vindarini, PhD. Please, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Do I have to address this in English or Indonesia? Okay, I will just address this just welcoming speech or remarks in English. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I would like to extend my gratitude and appreciation to Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah HAMKA, and also all of the vice rectors, and also the head of the research development unit in UHAMKA, and also the distinguished speakers. Thank you very much for attending this conference. We in Directorate General Science and Technology, particularly in our directorate, the Transformative Learning System and Strategy, we would like really to encourage the involvement of the higher education institutions, particularly the scholars, the teachers, as well as the students, in really reflect on the current disruptions on technology. And we hope that by having those in-depth reflections, we then can start to enact on the necessary preparations in how we can adapt to the current technology, because it should be now, and we cannot deflect anymore from the need of the use of AI, the need of the use of the technology in education, particularly in the institutions like UHAMKA, which are very much prominent in its roles in teaching the future teachers. So I believe that we need to make sure that all teachers, all students in these institutions, not only in UHAMKA but also in other higher education institutions responsible in teaching the teachers to really prepare the lecturers and also the students to be very adaptive for a very uncertain avenue in the future, including in terms of the technology disruptions. So as the representative of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, we would like really to appreciate and really endorse and encourage all of the initiatives, including this one, to really support us in keeping ourselves, the teachers, also the students, to be very adaptive in the future. Because I think I would like also to highlight the need of getting back to the basic of all of this, of the human needs for learning and human needs for stay adaptive, because the technology should not replace us as humans, but technology, including artificial intelligence, should augment our role as human. So we cannot be de-skilled, we cannot be just having all of the facilitations of the technology without really putting our efforts to keep learning, to keep develop our critical thinking skills, and to keep develop our complex problem solving skills, to keep developing and encouraging our critical inquiry skills. Because if I can borrow from Descartes' saying, is that there is human because they think. We are human because we think. So we cannot just replace ourselves by the technology and AI, but I believe that this hopefully will really push us to think further about how we can augment our role as the policymakers, as leaders, as teachers, as scholars, as the educators, as students, as really a lifelong learner, adaptive lifelong learner, so that we can use the technology really to augment our role for the humankind. So thank you very much, everyone, and thank you very much, leadership from UHAMKA, for giving us the opportunity to collaborate yet again with UHAMKA. So we really appreciate all of the efforts in supporting our directorate, and one of the important outcomes from this scholarly discourses is really to result in written recommendations and also different transformative learning models that can be adapted in different contexts for our higher education institution in Indonesia. So this year will be the start, so we hope to set the foundations, and with the support from the UHAMKA, we're really grateful that we can enact really the foundations from now, and we hope in the near future or in the following years we can keep collaborating on this endeavor. So thank you very much. I wish everyone having a very good and fruitful conference and discussions during the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to the main agenda of today's conference, our first keynote speaker. But before we begin, we are delighted to introduce our distinguished moderator, Dr. Siti Zulaiha, PhD, who will lead and guide this session. Siti Zulaiha, MA, PhD, is an associate professor and head of master program in English Language Education at UHAMKA Graduate School, Jakarta. She completed both her MA and PhD in Applied Linguistics at the University of Queensland. Her expertise spans language assessment, teacher education, digital language teaching and learning, and qualitative research. She has consulted on education projects across Southeast Asia and served as an editor and module developer. To Siti Zulaya MA PhD, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So good morning everyone, distinguished speakers, respected guests, colleagues and students joining us here in the hall and online from various parts of Indonesia. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'm honored to welcome you all to the keynote session. Today's keynote series brings together visionary leaders and scholars who will share transformative perspective on education, leadership and innovation in this rapidly changing digital era. We are delighted to have all of you, both on-site participants and our virtual attendees, connected through this hybrid platform that bridges the distance and diversity in real time. Before we begin, may I remind everyone joining online to please ensure your microphones remain muted during the presentation and to use the chat box for questions. Just type your question in the chat box. And for our on-site participants, please keep your mobile on a silent mode throughout the session. And also for the question and answer session, please wait for the microphone before speaking so that our online participant can hear you clearly. This morning, we are privileged to host 4 distinguished keynote speakers. The first one is Professor Dr. Gunawan Suryoputro M.Hum, Director of Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. HAMKA. And the second one is the associate, I believe the second one is Professor Dr. Ardi Vindiartini, the Director of Transformative Learning Strategies and System, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of Indonesia. And our third speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Khairi bin Haji Othman, the Dean of the School of Education, University Utara Malaysia. And the last one is Dr. Juan Primitivo Petrola from Pangasinan State University, Philippines. Now, let's begin by inviting our first speaker. Yeah, Professor Dr. Gunawan Suryoputro M.Hum, Professor Dr. Ardi, and kemudian Profesor Associate Professor Muhammad Khairi and Dr. Juan. Okay, Dok. Okay. We need one more chair. Ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Gunawan Suryapurto MH, Professor in the English Education Program at the Graduate School of Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. HAMKA, and the current Rector of UHAMKA. Professor Gunawan earned his bachelor degree in English Education from IKIP Muhammadiyah, Jakarta, and both his master's and doctoral degrees in Applied Linguistics from Atmajaya Catholic University, Jakarta. His international professional development includes training in QA, in English language education, or language teaching from IDB Australia, and a subsequent quality assurance program at the University of Technology, Sydney, a global tobacco control leadership program at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and a leadership training program at Monash University. These experiences have shaped his global perspective on education, leadership, and quality assurance. His field of expertise encompassed English linguistics, pragmatics, semantics, and digital language teaching and learning, with a research focus on technology-enhanced education and institutional innovation. He has received several national research grants from the Indonesian Ministry of Research, Technology, and Higher Education for projects related to digital pedagogy, online learning, and teacher professional development. Professor Gunawan's visionary leadership has earned his multiple accolades, including the Inspirational Rector Award in 2019 and the Indonesia Academic Leader Award in 2020, recognizing his contribution to higher education reform and academic excellence. Today, he will deliver his keynote address titled Leading the Digital Transformation in Higher Education, University Leadership for Socially Responsible Innovation. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Gunawan Suryapurto MH.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. The Honorable Director of the Transformations Strategy and Learning System of the Directorate Science and Technology. Thank you. Professor Dr. Ardi Pindiarin, PhD. So after giving a short speech, and then she continued to deliver his long speech, I believe, after this. Thank you, Ibu. Distinguished keynote speakers, my colleagues, Professor Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Khairi bin Haji Othman from UUM, thank you. I have been along with him for more than 5 years. UHAMKA is, I believe, I call it permanent partners of UUM. And also distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Juan Primintipo Patala is also from Panansian Philippine University, is also our partners from Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, and my dear participants of this international conference, that is International Conference on Education, Innovation and Learning Transformation, InnoTech 2025. As we just listened to the opening remark from the Director Generals of the Science and Technology, that today we are challenged with the transformation. Particularly, transformation in education due to the current technology like AI, coding, and others. So we are not able to avoid this transformation. So in language, if we refer to the meaning of transformation, we also refer to it as kind of change, so changing. And actually there are 3 levels of transformation, if not mistaken. We call it small, little transformation, usually just improving what the existing. But the dramatic change, that is changing radically, that is the transformation that usually we face in our life here. Ladies and gentlemen, today, since I'm the rector, I would like to focus on the transformation in higher education, particularly in university leadership for socially responsible innovation. First of all, I would like to highlighting leadership and pedagogicals. Please give the presentation, not this one. Please change. I have already given to the Bu Farida. Where are you? I have already given to Bu Farida the new PowerPoint. Where is Bu Farida? Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, this morning I have already given the just little bit revision, but actually the same content. But to make it easier to okay. So while we are waiting for the revision of the PowerPoint, let me continue. Today we have innovation issue in higher education institution that I would like to share in this opportunity. The first issue is related to digital transformation, and then second issue is related to the socially responsible innovation and its impact. And the third, the impact or the influence of leadership and pedagogical reform. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to highlight, the first is that the subject of innovation within higher education institution is really crucial today, driven by intensifying global competition and then the demands of the digital era and the explicit mandate for the higher education institution to generate significant social impact. So the innovation landscape in higher education is defined by several interconnected themes, as I just mentioned, at least 3. First is the digital transformation, second, socially responsible innovation, and societal impact, and the influence of leadership and pedagogical reform. Let me begin with the first theme related to the issue of innovation and transformation in education. The first, digital transformation as strategic drivers. Transformations or digital transformation is identified as propelling force or driving force, essential for constructing and competitive advantages and charting a sustainable future roadmap for education management in higher education institutions. Second, digital transformations, as we know, that refers to the strategic integrations of digital technology, such as artificial intelligence, big data, cloud computing, and online learning system into all aspects of a university operation, teaching, and governance. The third, related to the transformation as strategic drivers, is that digital transformation is not just support tool, but driving engine that is accelerating institutional change and innovation across teaching, research, and administration. And then, the fourth, digital transformation assists or help universities develop long-term strategies that are adaptive, efficient, and resilient. It enables institutions or higher education institutions to operate sustainably by optimizing resources, supporting flexible learning models, and aligning with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs. Therefore, by adopting digital technology effectively, university can differentiate themselves from others. It reshapes how university plan, organize, and deliver education. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the second theme, that is digital transformation and social responsible innovation. University leaders are increasingly required to promote innovation within higher education institutions, as these institutions are now expected to serve society more directly and extend their role beyond traditional teaching and research. Second, social responsible innovation are tied to or related to the modern function of university, which involve developing new ideas, practices to meet the changing needs and expectations of society, as stated by UNESCO in 2023. Let me explore the three dimensions of social responsible innovation. The first dimension is anticipation and reflexivity. Anticipation, meaning prompting researchers and organizations for consider what-if question regarding the potential consequences of innovation and contemplating what is known like plausible or possible. As for reflexivity, requires holding mirror up to one's own activities, commitment, and assumption, and recognizing the limits of technology. As for the second dimension, that is inclusion, meaning widening the public dialogue through participatory practices and involving new voices in the governance of science and innovation as a part of search for legitimacy. And the third, responsiveness, referring to the ability to react and answer emerging knowledge, perspective, norms, and opinion, and adjusting courses of action accordingly. And the third, the applications of social responsible innovation should address complex social challenges in alignment with a global goals. There are three social challenges as related to digital transformation and social responsible innovation. The first, innovation must serve as social purposes, meaning universities should not innovate solely for profit, prestige, or competitiveness. Instead, innovation, whether in technology, curriculum designs, or institution policy, should aim to improve human well-being and reduce inequality, protect to the environment, and foster sustainable development. And the second social challenges is to address complex social challenges. Many modern challenges, such as climate change, digital inequality, access to education, or public health, are multidimensional. Therefore, social responsibility institutions in higher education must integrate interdisciplinary collaboration, ethical reflection, and community engagement to design sustainable solutions rather than short-term fixes. And the third social challenges that we have to emphasize on is the role of university leaders. Leaders in higher education play a strategic role in fostering a culture of responsibility, embedding SDGs principle into research agendas. Ladies and gentlemen, next I would like to share the next theme, that is leadership and pedagogical transformation. First, innovation success requires change agent with the institution and shift toward active student-centric pedagogical model, participatory method, co-creation and co-production, and service learning and engagement. The second, transformational leadership enhances the participation process that is essential for promoting innovation among administrative staff. Therefore, key factors that strongly enhances this process are engagement, motivation, communication flow, communication utilization, and decision making, as Obu documents in 2019 state. The next, the rules of institutional entrepreneurs. Innovation, especially transformation change in pedagogical approaches and curriculum practices, is often driven by individual and action identified as institutional entrepreneurs. This individual process, characteristics such as motivation to change, institutionalized practices, expertise, multi-embeddedness, authority to act, and the strategic use of social network. Finally, or next, I would like to add the model or pedagogical model. In modern higher education, pedagogical models are shifting from traditional lecture-based instruction toward innovative learner-centered approaches that emphasize collaboration, reflection, and real-world application. Therefore, university must address how students learn, how knowledge is constructed, and how learning connects to society that address complex global challenges. Pedagogy should adapt more active, interactive, and collaborative teaching methods such as problem-based learning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and participants. Finally, I'd like to share the university leadership for social responses, responsible innovation. University leadership is essential to ensure that the institution's strategic direction explicitly embraces social responsibility and move toward societal impact paradigm. The university mission has evolved from teaching and research to include a direct societal contribution. Therefore, leadership is central to shaping this transformation, guiding university toward becoming purpose-driven institutions that act as engine of social change and sustainable development. Effective university leadership is essential for embedding the societal purposes with institutional strategies and cultures. Therefore, there are 4 actions that university have to do. First is framing the university as a long-term goals and around social impact, sustainability and equality in its vision and strategy. And the second, aligning teaching, research, engagement under unified purposes-driven agenda, or we call it as the integration action. And the third, university have to encourage faculty and students, or faculty members and students, to see themselves as contributors to second change through their discipline and innovation. Lastly, that university have to build partnership, collaborate with government, industries, NGOs, and communities to create knowledge that addresses real-world problems. This is what I can share in this conference today, and I do hope that the leadership in higher education can pay attention to the transformation and innovation in education. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Gun. Now we come to the Q&A. Any question from the audience? I'm still waiting for the online attendees to pose their questions as well. Question? They are still digesting, Prof. So, question? One question, okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Fitrianate from Guidance and Counseling FKIP UHAMKA. Fitria. My question is, how can digital technologies be used to support inclusive and equitable education for all students? How can digital technologies be used to support inclusive and equitable education for all students? Thank you.
Thank you, Fitria.
Okay. So please correct if I miss rephrasing your question. So as professor, I'm getting old. Sometimes my ear is not so clear. So you put forward the question, how can digital technology be used to inclusively all students? That is what your question. Oh, thank you. Well, if it is a matter of using, okay, it is no, it will not be quite a problem for the student to do, but probably the question is put forward by the university leaders, in this case, for example, to the dean and to the rector and others, how to provide these facilities to all the students to do. Well, of course, the digital technology is a must, and it is not cannot be separated from our life, and it is also a vital tools or technology instrument for higher education, and particularly giving the facilities to students. Then, of course, the important thing for the university leaders is how to provide open access, okay, and provide these facilities related to digital technology. Okay, then as far as I'm concerned, today more and more leaders at the university are aware of that. And bit by bit, then the leaders have to provide these facilities so that the students are easily to get an access to use that digital technology. Let me give you one of the example today. Okay, we have many platforms today that can be used by students related to AI. It's easy for a student to access that. For example, for the purpose of collecting or finding all the resources or article, or it is for making research and others. And therefore, this kind or many kind of this platform, IA-based, then have been facilitated by the leadership. In other words, the responsibility of the higher education institution to facilitate, to provide a great access for students to use the digital technology. So I do hope that it can respond your question. Thank you, Fitri from Bimbingan Counseling.
Okay. Yeah, Fitria. Thank you, Prof. We have one question from online attendees from Jamaliah from Kota Kinabalu.
Jamaliah.
Yeah, Jamaliah from Kota Kinabalu. Yes. The question is, how effective is the SRI teaching transformation to UHAMKA? How effective is the SRI teaching transformation to UHAMKA? SRI, I believe it is scholastic reading inventory or something. SRI, social, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jamaliyah,
Jamaliyah, yes.
from Kinabalu. Thank you. Well, how the effective of social responsible institution, right? Social responsible institution for UHAMKA. That is okay. Of course, this is the new policy that we would like to set up. Okay. So far, we have already carried out kind of the socials or the socials activities related to our program, but of course, so far we are not too much to use this kind of the SRI as a part of our activities. But actually, even though it is partial, not all, so we need kind of the reflection, evaluation, and improvement of the social responsible innovation. Let me give you an example so far. In UHAMKA, particularly it is the subject of Al-Islam, ke-Muhammadiyahan, we have kind of specific program that we deploy the student to the community to lift up the community or to empower the community who are of course in the poor community. How can he empower to kind of for living? Okay, so we have designed for one semester, for example, the student group deploy to that community, select a family who are very poor, and then the group of students also find out the fundraising to have this kind of activities, and then based on this fundraising, then used to support, to empower the poor community to do their living better and better. For example, if by using this supporting system, fundraising plus the motivation and also guiding by the group of the student, and this community, this family, able to, for example, to do business according to their family ability. This is one kind of the social responsible innovation that we are conducted so far. And then it is coordinated by the vice rector to monitor to what extent this kind of empowering the poor to be economically well-being in their life. That is one of the examples that UHAMKA have already done so far related to social responsible innovation. Thank you, Ibu.
Any more questions from the floor? Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Gunawan Suryaputro, for your insightful and inspiring presentation. Your reflection on digital transformation, socially responsible innovation, and the ethical dimension of university leadership have given us so much to think about as educators and policymakers. Thank you. Now, let's us go to the second keynote. Our next keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Ardi Vindiartini, a full professor of medical education at the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia, and currently the Director of Transformative Learning Strategies and Systems at the Directorate General of Science and Technology, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of Indonesia. She earned her PhD in medical education from the University of Melbourne, Australia, after completing her medical training at the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia. Professor RD is widely recognized for her contribution of transformative learning, faculty development, interprofessional education, and health profession pedagogy. Her scholarly excellence has been recognized internationally through numerous awards and grants, including the Karolinska Institute Prize for Research in Medical Education, Fellowship 2023, and the AMEE International Grant for Faculty Development Research in 2022, and the Erasmus Grant on Planetary Health Education 2024-2025. With over 80 international publication and leadership roles in AMEE, Aspire, and APME-NET, she continues to champion adaptive learning ecosystem that balance technological advancement in humanities education. Today, she will speak on transformative learning in higher education. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Ardi Vindiartini.
Very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for a very generous introduction. It sounds very nice. I don't... Yeah, so thank you very much, Prof, for your very insightful keynote speech just now, which very much put foundations in what I'm going to share. So at the macro level and at the policy level, I believe that what you have said and also discussed just now are very important. And I would like to continue the discussion by also touching the importance of preparing ourselves, preparing the students as well as the teachers. So before my current role at the ministry, and I still see myself as teacher, I think I would say I am a forever learner, a lifelong learner, and I'm a forever teacher. So I've been teaching in medical school since 2011 after finishing my PhD. And I think one of the things that I've been also observing is really the drive for growth, the drive for learning. And while we're now facing a lot of challenges due to the AI as well as the technology disruption, going back to our students and our dialogues and our reflections with our teachers and also our colleagues, our scholars, I think I would say, I would argue that it's very important, so that we're not losing ourselves into all of the exponential growth of the technology. So looking back, before I share my slide, and it's about transformative learning in higher education, and looking back to our capacity to be resilient for our future, I want us to go back to our experience, our life experience. I'm not sure that all of the students here were born in 1990s, perhaps we're not. But I remember in 1990s, I remember that I developed my very first email. I still have the email now. And then in 2000s, when we need to seek informations about certain institution, or we're using the online search engine, we're using Google, like the expressions of, have you Googled it? It's there already in 2000. And in 2010, I can completely remember this because I remember when I was in Melbourne, if I was in different countries that time, having the map is a must so that we will not get lost. I will not get lost. That time, Gmap, Google Map was not there yet. It's there, but it was not as complete as what we have now. But when I went abroad in 2010 plus, the Gmap was there already. So having the experience abroad and was not that terrifying. So if you want to go to a certain point or certain places, then you can just access your Gmap. Like now, this morning, I was reminded by my secretary that, Ibu, you need to be here at 8:15 actually. And then she made sure that I will not get lost and went into the other campus. And I already checked the venue for today's conference, and it was just 5 minutes from my place. So, and then my secretary, she finally checked the Gmap, and Bu, only 5 minutes from your place. Okay, and now in 2020s, like what we are having, are we ready when we say that, have you Googled it? Now if we Google something, what's there is actually the information from AI. Have you had the same experience as I do? I believe we all do have the experience. So I would like to start the talk from having that personal reflection, because we think that we've been surrounded by the technology. Yes, it's not that we think. The fact is we have been surrounded by the technology, including the AI. But the question would be, are we having enough control on the AI application, AI development? Are we ready with the adaptations of having the human-centered artificial intelligence? We have a lot of opportunities. I would say opportunities rather than challenges, because we don't have any other options rather than just face this and just tackle this. The climate change, the global economy slowdown, AI and technology disruption, pandemic threat. We all experienced 2021, 2020 until 2020, early 2023, the COVID-19 pandemic. And I believe the COVID-19 pandemic was very disruptive in a way, because it was also very disruptive for our lives. It was very disruptive and moving us to using technology and using human interaction very differently. Demographic bonus. We have demographic bonus, Indonesia 2045, Indonesia Emas 2045. We have that bonus, but if we're wrong, if we do not take prompt actions to secure our talents and our generations, we're going to be lost, and we're going to lose the opportunity of Indonesia Emas 2045. And all of us here, in our families, in our institutions, in our classrooms, we have the responsibility. Prof. Gunawan have shared about the importance of the social responsibility, the transformative leadership, as well as use of the technology. Let's just translate that into our day-to-day practice. What kind of learning world do we want to have, or do we want to live for our next generation? Are we going to let our students, our children, to miss the opportunity to have direct discussion with their parents, with their teachers, because they will have all of the necessary information through AI? Are we ready? I'm not ready. I will not be ready. And I don't think that we should be ready for that. Nowadays, there are a lot of applications using AI and machine learning, large language models, which offer the human interactions. Do we think that AI do not have emotions? Emotions based in our brain. The control of emotion is our brain, and it can be diffracted into data. Hence, AI eventually will be able to mimic the human emotions. It's there already. There are interactions, and even some of our teenagers have been dating AI creations or AI images, and having dialogues, almost mimicking human dialogues. I don't think that I would be ready, and I don't think that we should be ready to replace our human role, human interaction, and human institutions be replaced with AI that way. But we don't have any options rather than equipping ourselves to adapt with the use of AI. So I would focus my talk today particularly on AI, with the realization that technology is not only about AI. It's more advanced, and it's it's more expanded than just talking about AI. But I want to touch that the use of AI needs to be incorporated later on in our teaching learning sessions with our students, even realizing the role of AI in our day-to-day interactions with our colleagues, be it national or international colleagues. But we have a lot of potential uncertainties, and it's normal. It's really normal to be scared. It's really normal to be uncertain, and I think it's very human. Let's be human. If you're afraid, as teachers, for example, to be afraid if our students actually prefer the interaction and also the information gathered from the ChatGPT 5, Nano ChatGPT, or Claude, or Gemini, you name it. If our students start to think that I don't need to come to class because my lecturers, my teachers only impart information which I can actually acquire from different resources, including the AI. Why should I be in class? Why should I be engaged in discussions in the classroom? Let's be honest, and let's be reflective. We don't want our presence as learners and as teachers to be replaced that way. It means that it should be something bigger than just imparting the information, factual information in our teaching learning sessions in different avenues. I'm saying classrooms, I'm saying the practical sessions that we've been having when the micro teaching sessions, for example. So we might wonder about whether we're going to have jobs, whether teachers would have jobs in the future. If we stay the same, like what we do today, and we keep using AI as, or position AI as our enemies, and we cannot adapt, and we place ourselves as, I cannot be the adaptive teachers, so perhaps or probably I will be replaced by AI, then yes, we will be replaced. Now, it's about moving on to what kind of interactions, teaching learning sessions, and the presence of the teachers that cannot be replaced by AI. Okay? So, in medicine, there have been evidence about the AI-induced, what we call AI-induced de-skilling. If we let AI to help us tremendously in our day-to-day basis, even help us in developing decisions, critical decisions for our lives, critical decisions for our assignments. Here, I think it's more of the students here. It's very intriguing to just ask the ChatGPT to give you not just the outlines, but help you or help us in completing all of our assignments without checking. But whose assignment is that? It's ours. Are we ready that we're going to be replaced by AI? Do we want to be replaced by AI? And do we realize that, yes, it's simple, it's easy, it's faster, but we're losing opportunities to think carefully. Our critical thinking will be de-skilled. Our human skills will be deteriorated as well. We don't realize that we're losing that. Because at the end of the day, as long as I can submit my assignments on time, then they will be fine, right? Because there are a lot of assignments anyway. Our lecturers have been giving us a lot of assignments, thousands, perhaps. But do we realize if we are given assignments, or as teachers, if we are given assignment to teach students or to mentor research for our postgraduate students, do we realize about our human role in there? And if we do not do that part, it means that we don't give ourselves the opportunity to keep learning and to keep thinking and to keep developing our human skills. If we think that having the results and not augmenting the process is our decisions now, yes, we will be losing to AI. Because we keep giving them the opportunity to develop themselves, the AI, and we keep being kept away from all of those discourses that are actually very necessary for our human skills. So the skilling is happening. So let's also reflect on that. And let us also reflect on all of the required and additional literacies. Information literacy, media literacy, digital literacy, computational literacy, and AI literacy. Yes, we need all of this. Information literacy is needed to recognize when information is needed and the capability to locate, evaluate, and use it effectively. Media literacy is needed to understand and analyzing and create media. Digital literacy is the ability to understand and use information in multiple formats. And computational literacy, problem-solving processes. We can say that all of the literacy are augmented, facilitated, supported by the technologies. But we are still in control as human, should be in control as human. And we have also the AI literacy. Is the ability to comprehend, assess, interact with, and make informed decisions regarding artificial intelligence technologies in our daily life. So we have a lot of examples already that AI is here with us in our daily life. If you're having your YouTube account, Netflix account, Disney Hotstar account, they will give you the recommendations based on the algorithms, right? What kind of movies we've been watching, what kind of information that we've been assessing through YouTube, for example, information. It's there. We've been read. Once we get into all of those platforms, we've been monitored. So it means that we need to understand how AI works, not technically, not always technically. Recognizing its application, being aware of its ethical, social, and privacy implication, and understand the impacts and values AI has on humans and human emotion and overall human institutions. We need to engage with AI, but I would say that, I would suggest that we shall not lose ourselves in collaborating with AI. Let us be human, let us be teachers, students, and scholars who can collaborate with AI, who can control AI wisely, ethically. So all of these are necessary, and we can assess now our future role in different aspects of teaching. What will be our future role? Do we have to attain to high level competency of AI, medium level literacy, or actually low level of accuracy? But we cannot avoid this. So Indonesia, as one of the, one of the biggest countries, of course, in Southeast Asia, we have a culture of uncertainty avoidance. So we want something to be always certain, always predictable. When we deal with the disruptions and technology, nothing is actually predictable. Not everything is always predictable. Then we need to also value that. If we think that we need guidance, we need recommendation, among teachers, for example, among lecturers, or even among students, let's discuss that. What are our fears? What are our anxieties towards the use of AI? And if, as lecturers, for example, if we think that we do not have enough guidance or enough literacy to deal with or to engage with and navigate the use of AI in our teaching, let's learn. Let's upskill ourselves. How we can collaborate with AI. Our directorate has been collaborating with different institutions to actually equipping lecturers in higher education responsible in teacher education about how, it's still in the very introductory level, Prof. Gunawan, how teachers need to collaborate and navigate with AI. We call it berdaya dengan AI. Berdaya is empowered. Empowered with artificial intelligence. Because we cannot just let our lecturer and our teacher be so vulnerable and cannot do anything about how they can adapt with the use of AI. So we need to develop the capacity. We need to support our students as well as our teachers. Because all are set. Even the UNESCO have already set out for teachers at different levels. The progression until having the creation. The aspects around human-centered mindset that we test the first aspect that we have been discussing. The ethics of AI, AI foundations and application, AI pedagogy, and AI for professional development. We don't have to master everything in regards to the AI use, but we need to make sure that we master the use of AI relevant to our field. And it means that we need to have the at least basic AI literacy. So if we have our students having their assignments or even the research proposals helped by AI, have we set the regulations to what extent they can use AI? What I meant is the generative AI. Because when we say AI, actually there are a lot of platforms, a lot of components, a lot of options. But what we've been discussing is the generative AI. Are we ready if our students actually, I checked this during our discussions, for example, problem-based learning sessions. I've checked this in AI, in my ChatGPT, and the answer is this. Factually, it's correct. Then are we, as teachers, are we supposed to be satisfied with that if the answer is correct? The simple thing that I would like to us to try, don't get satisfied easily. Ask the students, why do you think it's correct? Why do you think it's correct? From which sources is it? Do you have any analysis? What is your personal opinion in this? Let's start the dialogue. It's not only about using the AI to obtain the information, but how then we can assure that the information is accurate, is reliable, scientifically, and what will be the learning outcomes during our discussion. And let's discuss it with our students. So the discourse, the dialogue between the teachers and the students, hence, become or should be irreplaceable by AI. Because we then have a lot of options, a lot of resources from ourselves using AI, or our students, different students using AI. Then let's put together and make our classroom as the melting pot to discuss about that. A lot of uncertainties, of course. Even the teachers will not be able to answer everything. Because I don't think, as teachers, we should be able to answer everything. But what we need to do is to place ourselves as a learner again, and facilitate the learning process and thinking process of our students. It means when as teachers we don't know certain things, we should say, I don't know that yet. Let's seek the information together. It's also part of the role modeling that human needs to stay humble. It's part of the humility that part of the human skills that AI perhaps do not have. Because AI should help us to be better at what we do. And in better learners and decision makers. Because if we're losing all of those opportunities, we will not be able to attain to all of these future skills. It's almost there. Cognitive flexibility. If we never think about everything or anything, then how would we have cognitive flexibility? If we were not be exposed with problems or dilemma, how would we attain to this cognitive flexibility, judgment and decision making? When we rely on AI, ChatGPT for example, to help us or to make decisions for us. Emotional and social intelligence. How can we develop this when we never talk to anyone or discuss anything with anyone, even the teachers or even our fellow students? Hence, the full online learning, of course, they have its perks, its benefits, but also with some drawbacks, including the human interactions. Creative and innovative mindset. We will lose this opportunity if we don't push ourselves to collaborate with AI appropriately. Because it's so intriguing. It's really intriguing to just rely and to just ask AI to help us in doing everything. But the question is, whether we lose certain human skills, and if we have AI to help us in a lot of things in our life, as students, as teachers, as professionals, what are we going to do with the time we usually allocate to do things that now are done by AI? As a medical doctor, for example, if I use AI to help me seek certain information, then I can discuss with my patient. It means I have more time to have an empathetic discussion, consultation with my patients, also ask their concerns, and so on and so forth. Hence, AI would help me be a better medical doctor, for example. So as teachers, as students, how then we can preserve all of these human skills? Critical thinking, innovative thinking, teamwork skills, communication skills, agility, flexibility, learn and work together, quality-minded, and so on and so forth. Therefore, this transformative education and transformative learning framework is very useful. Prof. Gunawan has touched on this very strongly. And yes, when we talk about learning, and we discuss about the role of AI in our higher education institution, it should make us think, rethink, and reflect on how do we mean by learning? Do we think that learning it also means that we know something or we can apply something on real practice? If we are encouraged or we're now learning as future teachers, how do you see learning? How would you define learning? Is it when we can memorize all of the factual information and can pass the tests or our exams? Or is it when we can apply all of the modern pedagogical principles in micro-teaching stations in the laboratory? Or when we actually apply that in the real settings, when we deal with our K-12 students or our students in primary and secondary education? But do we ever think about, through all of those process, from the knows how, shows how, and does, how do we see our progress as a human, as a person, and as a professional? Because all of the learning sessions in our curricula need to actually attain to this, not only to the DAS level, learning to know, learning to do, but also towards learning to be and learning to live together, is the identity. As I mentioned before, I always think myself as teacher, as well as a lifelong learner. It's my identity. Why is it so important? Because if we have our strong identity as teacher, then with the current disruptions and current challenges in using of AI, then we will reflect on ourselves. What kind of teachers I want to be in the future? And how then I can adapt and navigate the use of AI. We will think about that and seek further information and seek for the upskilling programs, for example, or even advocate to our leadership that we need this because I'm losing myself now. I don't know whether I'm still a teacher or not, right? So our sessions, learning sessions, needs to move from only informative learning sessions toward transformative learning session. I'm sorry it's very busy, the scheme, but this is the scheme that actually moves our directorate forward. So we now, we have written the transformative learning guidelines, which we hope to be disseminated to all of higher education institutions and be used contextually. But the thing is, it's also related to the current policy of Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Dikti Saintek Berdampak. The impact. If we think about the impact, then we will think about the education and the learning that we've been engaging. Whether we're still focusing really on just theory. I'm not saying that theory is not important, but I'm saying that the theory rethinking and theory development will be more important rather than just memorizing the theory, of course. So, applications. If we learn something about AI in our classroom, how then we can contribute to the problem solving of AI impact in, say, among school teachers or among the students in primary or secondary education or even in higher education institutions? Do we know the relevance of what we're learning in the classroom to the real challenges in the real world? Transformative learning framework has been there for a lot of time, for a long time, but now it's very useful framework to see about ourselves, our own understanding about the current problems, and how we can make sure and at least try attempt that in all of the discussions in our classroom, we bring in the real problems, not just discussing about factual knowledge and information. Okay, so it requires the socialization, it requires the dialogue between students and teachers. And let me just also challenge everyone, including myself, whether we're ready or not, whether we've been allowing our teachers to just answer all of the, tackle all of the challenges in using AI for teaching and learning sessions in their courses individually. Individual learning is still very powerful, but the reflections that I would like to address is actually whether the institution has been preparing adequate support system for the teachers so that the teachers can be good role models in navigating AI in the classrooms, human-centered AI application in the classroom. So it means that teacher training, faculty development is needed. Have we done that? Perhaps we have done the basic training for our teachers, yes, but have we done further trainings on how the teachers can adapt with the use of AI in curriculum development, in assessment, and so on and so forth. And our directorate has been trying to involve LPTK, or the higher education responsible in teacher education, try to identify the needs for the current lecturers in the higher education institutions. What kind of training, courses, or other approaches or mentoring that they would need for so that they can be more adaptive teachers or lecturers. Principle of transformative learning, how to guide self-reflections of the students and how to provide constructive feedback and so on. It's part of they're part of the suggested area that needs to be addressed in our future training. Because we tend to focus really on, the teachers have learned how to develop the instructional design. Yes, but how then they can implement those instructional designs in a way that students and teachers still have reflective dialogue and feedback dialogue. We perhaps have not been addressing those capacity or those skills of teachers enough. Because if we say about the AI, the role of AI, it means that in our curriculum itself and all of our the learning outcomes need to think about how would be the role of how would be the role of AI in the future role of our students if they graduate. Adaptive curriculum requires strong and adaptive teachers. Hence, the teachers can provide frequent formative assessment and feedback. Student-centered can be encouraged, and students' metacognition and self-regulated learning skills can be developed better, and also how the teachers can navigate the use of technology-enhanced learning. The evidence around the AI used in curriculum, in assessment, in teaching learning has been there and tremendously or exponentially developed, and it means that we have the evidence. Then our role is really to adapt. And these are the enemies of the adaptability. Hierarchy, our fear, even though I would say if we have fears, that's normal. Let's face it. Our decision bias, the insufficient experimentation, we're afraid to, because we just want everything to be on guidelines. We don't want to try to discuss this with our students in class. Because sometimes if I meet students and I don't know about something, I would just say to them, and I will just say, what do you think? Do you have any resources? And they can finally open certain resources or certain most updated journals to me. And I haven't read that actually. So can you share it with me? If we see ourselves as the teachers who are also learners, this will not hurt, right? But if you see yourself as the teachers who should know everything, this must be hurting for you or for us, okay? So resilience and adaptability, because we want to be friends with adaptability. It means that we need to engage with the discourse. We need to have hope that yes, we can implement the human-centered AI in our teaching, learning, and in our curriculum and assessment, the innovation, and our long-term horizons. Sorry. So some final thoughts, call for actions. For us, let's redesign our curricula and see to what extent we let ourselves, our students, and our teachers have adequate dialogue, not just the use of technology for the sake of the use of technology, but whether the use of technology, including AI, has been augmenting the learning processes. If it's not augmenting learning processes, it means that we use the technology wrong. For leaders, inclusive governance. Invest in digital infrastructure, yes, but also invest on teacher development or faculty development. For us, for learners and communities, let's engage, let's share, Let's co-create the learning paths and contribute to the solutions. It depends on our roles. Because transformation is not one-off project, it's a continuous reimagination of how we learn, teach, and apply knowledge to real-world problems. And technology should amplify human potential, not replace it. Our responsibility is to shape tools that deepen understanding and broaden opportunity, not to lose ourselves as human. With that, I would like to thank you all for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Adi, right on time. Thank you so much. Now, Q&A session. Yes. Rizka from Business and Economic Faculty. Okay. I still remember you. Okay. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. And well, let me reflect my own experience. Okay, I'm as an educator is required to adapt fast in the rapid of technology. But unfortunately, we just have a very short chance to engage with our students in the classroom. It's about 1 hour 40 minutes in a week. A very short time to be with them, right? And realizing the reality that the more students depend on technology, the easier they give up at the same time. Students, am I right? Okay, so we want them to not only being adaptive, but also not easy to give up no matter the situation is. Then I'm so wondering two things here. The first one is how to instill our students to be resilient learners. Second, what kind of effective ways to encourage them to be able to apply precious values in their life. What I mean here is their ability to build their critical thinking and creativity as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, so take by one by one. Thank you very much. I think that's a really good question, and I really appreciate the approach of that you started with the reflections. I think that's very good, and I would say that this is the practice that we can start to normalize, reflect. Whenever we come into class, I think it's also very useful and a mindful practice to also ask our students, why do you think that we're here today? Start with why. Why do you think that we are here today? What we're going to learn? Because that way, we actually share the responsibility and attainment to the learning outcomes. Not only us as teachers trying to impose that you have to learn this and that, but also ask students to reflect on what they know and what they don't know, and how the certain sessions how about their expectations on certain sessions, and how those sessions, even though only 40 minutes, can be meaningful for them. Therefore, the practical points would be the teaching learning sessions needs always to be engaging, student-centered active learning. And if we don't have enough time during those 40 minutes, can we prioritize what should happen and why during those 40 minutes? Are we going to share the information, giving lecture to our students without extra understanding, and the information that we are providing in the lecture actually are very much widely accessible in different journals, in even different textbooks, right? So if we teachers, we also need to ask why we are there in those 40 minutes. What new insights, new understanding that we want to help our students to find. Not just us instilling, but we want that knowledge cannot be instilled. Knowledge needs to be created. I know it's some theory, right? Constructive learning theory. But knowledge, based on our knowledge on the neuroscience and how we process information, we cannot just instill knowledge. Knowledge should be created by our individual students. So unless they realize, and we help them realize about the learning, the outcomes of certain session, and where they are at, and what will be the expectations, then we will not be able to use those 40 minutes. So we've been preparing the instructional designs, even we've been preparing very much details on how we're going to navigate those 40 minutes, right? SAP, Satuan Acara Pengajaran. It's about the how, but have we asked about why we have to prepare that, and in what best ways we're going to use those 2 times or just 1 time 40 minutes to help students to attain their learning outcomes in those sessions. Or even we can ask, these learning outcomes, are they still relevant or not? Because we've been exposed with a lot of critics that our higher education institutions, yes, we graduate students, but not necessarily those who are adaptive for the current system and the current needs. Because we might forget to bring the reality into our classrooms. So I will not answer the questions with the, I will not respond to the questions with the answers, but I would probably ask Ibu and everyone, why we're using those, we need to use those 40 minutes meaningfully. And then we ask about how. And after that, we ask about what we're going to do and what topics we were going to discuss. What real problems that is relevant for the outcomes. Start with why. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ardi. Rizka? All good? Okay. Thank you. And any more question from on-site attendees now? Let's wait. We have 2 questions from the online participants. One question, short and sweet, from Ibu Atik. Ibu Atik is a teacher at the SDN Kalideres Petang. And also she is a student pursuing her doctorate degree in education management at UHAMKA. Her question is how to be a reflective teacher. Can we go for that one first? Okay, because the second one is a long question. Yes.
Yeah, so how to be a reflective teacher? I hope that we all agree about why do we need to be a reflective teacher. I will not discuss about it because I think I've already touched a lot on that need of why we need to be the reflective teacher. So the self-reflections, we have steps actually. I mean, theoretically, and there are frameworks that we can use. So to be the reflective teacher, it starts really with how we're using our experience as teacher and meaningful experience, and how we think about those experience. Say, I would just answer that with example. Say I've been mentoring research for postgraduate students in Faculty of Medicine, and sometimes I mentor very bright students. You just say hi and everything is there. Or on another extreme is I have to support quite really struggling students. And I find myself that I need to, as a mentor, research mentor, to really learn to control my pace and even navigate or adjust my expectations during learning sessions. And I need to discuss with my students when the mentees, they are actually quite struggling students. Because if I push myself just to explain everything, at the end of the session, I would ask probably maybe the students, and she would, which parts don't you understand? And she would say, I don't understand, and I don't understand anything from the beginning. So finally, I learned that what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that discussion or session? Because I imposed the expectations to the students. I didn't listen enough to what actually she needs in those sessions. So we just had we need to analyze this questionnaire. So we understand that we have already the guidelines. I mean that you understand. So I have my expectations, but I haven't really discussed those expectations with the student. So I reflected on that, and during the next sessions with all mentees, what will be our expectations? What will be your expectations? My expectations will be like this. Hence, the dyadic mentoring, research mentoring can work better. Because if not, then I would say that whether I'm there for them or not, it will be useless because I'm not helpful. So I want to be a helpful teacher. I want to be a facilitative teacher. I want to be a facilitative mentor, right? So that kind of reflection, Ibu. So it's just, it's there. So in Islam, we learn about muhasabah. So muhasabah is particularly the self-reflection. The concept of self-reflection is, we know in our religion already that it's muhasabah. But we need to stop ourselves for a while, and what do we think about our experience and how we can do better. So having the experience, analyze that, reveal our strengths and weaknesses, and take actions on how we can tackle our weaknesses moving forward. So then we can be adaptive teachers. When we have the skill of, that's called reflection on action. So after we're having an experience like what I just gave example, we then we'll be able to have reflection in action. Say in this room, I would just scan all of the participants, and I can sense whether you are really here or not. Whether everyone has been engaging adequately or not. And if I'm still giving my speech and then I can see some probably is not engaging, then there must be something wrong with me. So how then I can provide examples, day-to-day examples that actually relate to all of the participants here. Okay, so that's reflection in action. And it requires mindfulness that, yeah, we need to improve this or improve that, and then so practice the reflections and be the reflective teachers. And you can always search the theories, the corpus learning cycle, the experiential learning cycles, the reflection from Sean, S-C-H-O-N. So that's a lot of theories on that, but the challenge is always put all of those in practice. I hope it answers the questions.
Prof, we have one more question. The long one. I need to take a deep breath to read it. Okay. It's from Ibu Jamalia again, yeah. Ibu Jamalia, Miss Jamalia from Kota Kinabalu. Okay. Miss Jamalia, allow me to paraphrase your question. Miss Jamalia would like to ask about the ethical boundaries in using artificial intelligence, particularly in the context of Muslim countries. To give an example, in several developed nations such as the United States, Europe, and China, AI has begun to deeply influence human behavior. Some young people have even formed emotional relationship with AI companions, leading to concerning outcomes such as isolation and even suicide. Report also suggests that AI's growing role in daily life has affected family and marriage values. In this context, how can we as Muslims maintain a clear distinction between AI responsibly and preserving our belief in Tawhid, that ultimate dependence and faith belong only to Allah, who allows such technology to exist? How should we approach AI ethically, basically, Prof, without allowing it to interfere our faith and values?
Yes. Prof Gunawan, I think we have already the theme for our next international conference, because it's a really good question and hard question at the same time, and I'm not sure that I will be able to address these questions adequately, but I think we shall not separate ourselves. So when I say about identity, it means that, say, I'm a teacher, of course I'm a civil servant at the ministry. I'm also a mother, I'm also a wife, and I'm also a Muslim. Looking back to and also internalizing all of those personal and professional identities, then we would be able more strongly to use AI ethically. So we don't want to use AI unethically, because when we use it, say, deceitful, we say to our colleagues or our superiors that, oh, these ideas come from my own thoughts, for example. It's deceitful, right? And as Muslim, deceitful, dishonesty is a sin. So not only because as a Muslim, of course, yes, it's a sin, but also professionally, it's unprofessional. In all of the academic publications at the moment, if we use AI for any parts of our research as well as manuscript development, we need to declare that. That's actually part of preserving the honesty, preserving the integrity. That's just one example, and we can have a very lengthy examples. But what the bottom line is for me is, please do not separate ourselves. So for example, if I use AI, this is me being a teacher. If I'm at home and then do my prayers, that's me being a Muslim. We are all of them. If I use AI, so it means that I need to also preserve my identity as a Muslim and also my professional identity as teacher. What would be the best way to use AI then? So that's I think the principal thoughts that I would like to suggest. Please do not lose ourselves. It means both personally and professionally. Hence, we can then encourage the human-centered use of AI, including the ethical AI. And may I have your contact details so that we can discuss this further? So because this is a very interesting topic and can be a master or even PhD degree topic as well. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, because of the time, unfortunately, okay. Ibu, Professor Ardi Vindiartini, thank you very much for such a deeply insightful presentation. Okay, let's give a round of applause. We appreciate how you have framed the integration of AI literacy, human skills, and adaptive teaching as essential components of transformative education. Please join me once again in thanking Professor Dr. Ardi Vindiartini for her inspiring keynote and for sharing her expertise with us. Thank you. Dear keynotes and participants, we're gonna have a short break because I can tell that you guys are starting to get sleepy and stuff. Okay, for about 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, yes sir? Okay, we resume in 15 minutes. Thank you.
zaman. Uhamka, lentera-lentera yang menyala, berada di setiap sudut, memberikan cahaya. Uhamka, suara-suara kecerdasan dari telinga kendali zaman. Uhamka, lentera-lentera yang menyala, berada di setiap sudut, memberikan cahaya. Uhamka, suara-suara kecerdasan dari telinga dan mata Indonesia untuk masa depan berkemajuan. Menebar kebaikan ke segala arah, bersama membangun kekuatan untuk tetap berdiri dalam cobaan dari macam terpaan. Melaju memberi
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we start? You all has repressed, okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Asik, okay. Now, let's continue our journey today. Our next keynote speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Khairi bin Haji Othman, currently serving as the Dean of the School of Education at University Utara, Malaysia. He holds a PhD in Islamic Education and Values from University Putra, Malaysia, a Master of Education in Islamic Education from the University of Malaya, and a Bachelor of Islamic Education also from the University of Malaya. Dr. Khairi's areas of specialization include Islamic education, moral and value education, and curriculum and pedagogical management. He has more than 2 decades of academic and leadership experience, having served as Deputy Dean for Academic and International Affairs, Program Coordinator for Master's and Bachelor's Education, and Adjunct Associate Professor at Asia University. A respected scholar and national assessor for the Malaysian Qualification Agency, he has been involved in evaluating Islamic and education programs at universities across Malaysia. His research has been extensively supported by government, international and industry grants, including multiple fundamental research grant scheme award from the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia. His projects range from the development of digital Quran learning models and Islamic education leadership frameworks to values integration and educational policy innovation. Dr. Khairi is also an active researcher and author with over 80 academic publications, including 22 Scopus and WOS index journal papers, as well as books and proceedings on Islamic pedagogy, moral education, and educational innovation. His recent works address emerging issues such as digital transformation in Islamic education and integrating technology into moral and spiritual instruction. Today, he will deliver a keynote entitled Islamic Education and Technology Innovation in the Era of Society 5.0. Please join me in welcoming Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Khairi bin Haji Othman. Times is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good afternoon. No, still morning. Oh, sorry. I see my hours 12. But now it's 11. Okay. Thank you very much for the chairman for this session. The Honorable Prof. Dr. Gunawan as a rector UHAMKA University, and Prof. Harry Mulyana as the director of Dean School, Graduate Schools Research Center in UHAMKA, and the lecturers, docent, and our keynote speaker, my friends, Dr. Jun, and students, all of the students. First of all, thank you very much from UHAMKA was invite me to come to give the keynote speaker in this International Conference on Education, Innovation and Learning Transformation. Thank you very much. We has Prof. Gunawan said, we have long-time collaboration with UUM and UHAMKA, around 10 years more, and early September on the, just 2 weeks ago, we also have conference at Universitas Utara Malaysia, and we also invite from keynote speaker from the UHAMKA. Thank you very much from the UHAMKA come to UM with the about 10 students, PhD students come to UMs. So thank you very much for the UHAMKA was support Universitas Utara Malaysia. The conference we was had on the 23 of September, just around 2 weeks ago. Thank you very much. And we also was collaboration with the UHAMKA Manis Research. Thank you very much, Prof. Harry, for the organize our matching grants with UUM and UHAMKA. Before this, we have finished about 6 research. We have was closed the 6 research matching grants, and we continue with the about 11 new research matching grant with the UHAMKA and Universitas Utara Malaysia. So I think there is a lot new finding, new publication, and was to help we upgrade, we enhance our ranking, UHAMKA and also UM. Okay, today as I was share my slides, today I will discuss about, because I am background from the values Islamic education, so I will discuss about Islamic and values education and technology innovation in the era of society 5.0. As we know, the technology innovation is occur all fields in our studies. So Islamic education also have the challenging about the innovation in about this area. So today I will present, I will discuss 4 aspects the first, I want to address about the concept of religious education. Second, about the society 5.0. Third, the challenge, the change, how to, what must do when the innovation occurred in our study, what the change must Islamic education doing. And the last, the fourth is about the suggestion to building a study religious institution. So the first is about the concept of Islamic education. As we know, the Islamic education is a trained human intellect, bodies, and spiritual, society, and akhlaq based on Islamic values, sourced from the Quran and Sunnah to produce perfect human being. So as we know, when to train human intellect is meant to give the knowledge for all the Muslim, all the people, and also to train human body about the skill, because Islamics not only but only the knowledge how to doing, how to perform, and how to perform when we have 5 pillars, 5 rukuns. We know the first is shahadah, second is salah, and fasting, and zakah, and the perform hajj. So this is a train human about the body, about the skill. This is very, very important. So in technology, in innovation, and many students will learn, and maybe we learn from the AI, from the technology. So how they can improve, their especially about the skill, So another things is Islamic education is train human spiritual. It's about the heart, about your heart. So this is very important. And also to be trained to the society and akhlaq is relationship with others to be a good citizen. So this is the main important, the concept. What is Islamic education? Not only for the give the knowledge, but the Islamic education give the knowledge to train about the skill, about your spiritual, and also about your society. This is first. So I think all the participants know this concept. And then, what the definition of Islamic education? So as I was bring 2 scholars, as Fatihah Khan said, the build individuals, the process of building individual and community based on the Islamic edges, whether in terms of belief, thought of action to build individual and communities based on perfect Islamic understanding that build in balanced Muslim individual. And also the definition from Abdul Halim al-Muhammadi, Islamic education is a process of training and enhancing the spiritual, physical, and human mind based on the values sourced from the revelation of the Quran and Sunnah to produce pious people and always dedicate themselves. So this is definition of Islamic education. So is the means, and Islamic education is the process. The process is just I say is step by step, give the knowledge, know and understand the knowledge, and apply the knowledge, and apply the knowledge, and apply the knowledge. When you learn about the salah, we have the 13 rukun. So how to perform it? So when you perform it, how about your akhlak? So this is what's the mean of Islamic education is very synchronized. We must, if you know about the concept of also moral, knowing moral, feeling moral, and action moral. And you cannot know moral, but you know feeling moral. You must know feeling and doing. So like this. Okay, in Malaysia, we have the national education philosophy. Also, in Indonesia also have the philosophy. But in Malaysia, we also have the national education philosophy. The philosophy is education is a construction effort towards further developing the potential of the individual as whole and integrated to create a balanced and harmonious human being in terms of intellectual, spiritual, emotional, physical, based on faith and obedient to God. So, what's mean? The philosophy is the in Malaysia we have a philosophy. That is philosophy. From I read the philosophy, there is a 4 pillars. The 4 pillars. The first, the Malaysia is very emphasized about the lifelong learning. Lifelong learning. It means learning is not stop. And learning from, when we refer to hadis Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, itlibu ilma minal mahdi ilal lahdi. Maknanya lifelong learning. So today, and we have about the very, very lots of innovation, a lot of technology. And before this, we learn, and Quran must be read from Kitab Al-Quran. So we bring now handphone. So a lot of. So this means this is our philosophy, Malaysia education philosophy, lifelong learning. So we must learn and until we dead, and not stop. And so I also promote. When you finish your S1, you must further your S2. Finish S2, further S3. And just now, we discussed with your Prof. Gunawan, has finished the S3, continue to postdoc. Continue to postdoc. Welcome to Malaysia to continue postdoc and study at Malaysia. So you can learn about a lot of knowledge, lot of information. And then the second pillar in our philosophy is to develop potential, to develop potential individual. To develop intellectual, to develop soul, emotion, and juga physical. And the third is when we learn, we must integrate. And when you learn something and subject, you must integrate it with the other subject. Integrated. And it's this important things. when you have in nowadays. And for sure, and all our subject and will integrate it with the technology, with the innovation. And you from the counseling, from the field of the history, field of the language, and so when you learn history, you also must integrate it with the language. And when you learn mathematics, you also must integrate it with the values. Also, when you will learn Islamic, also integrated with other subjects. So this is very important. And also, we can also integrate it across through technique, across strategies, like Prof Adi say. So we have a lot instruments like AI, and then and the fourth pillars in our philosophy is based on religion. Just I say, based on faith and obedience to God. So whatever you learn, whatever you're doing, and whatever you use your source, and you must go back to from your religious, your God, because we want to be a good quality education, and we're going to be good quality education. Okay, that is our philosophy. So this is our philosophy of education, and it's very emphasized, especially for pillars. This I say. Okay, next, also the same of the philosophy of education. Okay, next. Now, I just explain about the concept of Islamic education, and they explain about the ours Malaysia philosophy. So now we move about what is the society 5.0. Okay. So now we will facing new challenge in the world of education. New challenge. This challenge is 5.0, society 5.0. Before this, we have society 1.0. Society 1.0 is society is hunting, and is hunting the food, hunting the animal, hunting the rat. All right, society, and then we go to society 2.0. Society 2.0 is society is agrarianism, and the life with the agriculture, and then we go to industry society, society 3.0, and so all we doing by machine. We doing by machine. And before this, I say society 2.0, we do it as a society agriculture. Now when we go to society 3.0, we do it all by machine. When we harvest the paddy, we use the paddy machine. Now we go to the society 4.0. Society 4.0, we doing by the information technology. And now we society 5.0. Society 5.0, all the what we're doing can doing by the robot, can doing by the machine, can do it by machine. So this also will happen in the Islamic education and Islamic education. And so where you pay your zakah, kan, just click by the handphone, and before this must face to face. When you doing the agriculture, and the benih padi itu, kita just use a drone. So this is society 5.0. So a lot of challenge. Okay. So smart society 5.0, a society that can control life in virtual and physical space. A society that can analyze information by using artificial intelligence, robotic, big data. And so as I say, example, and we learn Al-Quran with the handphone download, and we also pay zakat and sebagainya. Okay, so and currently we see and people just not stay at home, don't need to work hard outside. All work can be done by robot. Okay. So that's does Islamic education also required to change in line with global education to adapt the existing learning pattern to the era of society 4.0. So what the change? So what the important change on Islamic education? So the most important change is first is skills. First is the skills, and then the second is the pedagogy. Okay. So what the skill? What the skill? We must focus. We must explore. They have four skill. They have four skill. Adaptation in mechanism. The first is global skill, and second is innovative and creative skill. Third is digital technology skill, and the fourth is interpersonal skills. So the global skills, what they mean the global skills? So loading Islamic education content that focus on raising awareness about Islam globals, sustainability and playing an active role in global society. So the most important is we must global skills. We must know raising awareness about Islamic global, and especially and now especially issue as Palestine just now, and global summit flotilla. Okay, and then second is innovative. Okay, innovative and creative skills. And what's mean? Incorporate Islamic education content that can cultivate the skill need for innovation, including problem solving, analytical thinking, creativity, and analysis of complex matter. So, also all must doing the innovation. And how to do innovation? You must give the problem solving. You must analytical thinking. You must have high order thinking. High order thinking means you must can be analyzed, can be compared. Everything doing, everything happen. And the fourth is digital technology skills. Loading the content of Islamic education digital on virtual platform while improving digital skill and their use for access at the global level. And the fourth is interpersonal skills. This means loading Islamic education content relate to interpersonal emotional intelligence, such as empathy, cooperation, consultation, leadership, and social awareness. So when we at the society 5.0, and the interpersonal skill also must be emphasized. We must be emphasized. So we must also, but what the interpersonal skill we must emphasize, like such as empathy, such as cooperation, such as consultation, and so on. So this is important for pedagogy skills. We must have when we in society 5.0. Okay, another important thing what I want to share is benefit of innovative pedagogy. Benefit. What the benefit of innovative pedagogy? And we doing the innovative pedagogy. What the benefit? So the first is a self-learning. So when we doing the innovation, we have a self-learning. This means standardize the learning of education into the system according to the individual needs of student, as well as flexible according to the learning ability of student. They need to be self-controlled with the guidance of self-direct supervision. And then, second is access of facility and inclusive learning. Student needs to have easy access to all needs in Islamic learning, and learning takes place inclusive. So society 5.0 will still happen. So we have to face it. A important thing is acquiring knowledge in including Islamic education knowledge where the use of IT. And the fourth is collaborative learning through problem solving. So I think all of you, many lecturers will doing the collaborative learning, and especially through the problem solving, because we have a lot of issue, a lot of something else. So how to have it, and we have to doing the collaborative learning through the problem solving. Okay, that is about the important criteria, the important change we must doing when we have challenging in the learning innovation, especially through the IT. And the last part, what I want to share is about the developing a study religious institution. Okay, so they have 14 suggestions in Malaysia. In Malaysia, how to develop a study religious institution, especially in to make sure the innovation and learning strategy can be transformed. The 14th suggestion is we have the school, we say sekolah menengah kebangsaan agama or sekolah agama bantuan kerajaan. Sekolah, it is the religious school. We must put a strive to make all the religious school as parental choice for children education. Second, excellent administrators, and placement of high performance principal or headmasters at the schools, because the principal is very important. And then the third is leadership development and capacity development excellent up to grade, the grade of the leadership. Fourth is a team, continuous school leadership improvement program through team building, leadership strategies, and so on. Fifth, a teacher innovation and intellect. Presentation of paper of study at national and international level. Six, planning for excellence. Seven, health and welfare. And leadership group, sponsorship opportunities, ministries of master of trial language and master of many language, and then dakwah activity, and the finally is positive environment. This is finally is the important when we have technology innovation, especially in Islamic education. We must have positive environment, creating a cheerful school environment and conducive infrastructure. Okay, that all about what I want to sharing about the title what has been given to all of participants about the Islamic education and about the technology innovation in society 5.0. So, last, learning religious education in the era of information 4.0 towards society 5.0 required drastic change and in line with global change. Various aspects and related elements as discussed need to be given special attention to ensure the achievement of national educational goals can be implemented well. Thus, Islamic education is seen to be able to be on par with other educational fields. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Khairi. I'm waiting for some questions from the audience, participants. While waiting for some from online participant. Question? Why? Oh, okay. Rizka from the Economic and Business Faculty. Yeah.
Islamic education, yeah, since we know that being an educator in this era is so challenging, yeah. As I can see on the slide that a society that can control life in virtual and physical spaces. My question is, what kind of society are we going to expect? That's the first one. And then how can Islamic education contribute to create a better society which can applying prophetic values, yeah, for our future generations and other kindness. Thank you so much.
So, sorry, what is your question?
Okay, well, I'm going to repeat. The first one is dealing with the slide. Yeah, that is mentioned about a society that can control life in virtual and physical spaces. I'm so wondering what kind of society are we going to expect. Then the second one is Yeah, regarding to the Islamic education, how can Islamic education contribute to create a better society which applying prophetic values to our future generations?
Okay, thank you very
Yes,
much.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, first off about the society. So, maybe in our Malaysia, and we have a lot of, we say also in Malaysia we have the multiracial societies and multiracials also. So, what's mean? So how to society can be expect for future. So this is quite difficult how to expect the society for future. Maybe what we can suggest, what we can give society for future. Now we saw the society 5.0. We saw all the use by the artificial intelligence. So in the future, I don't know about the maybe for future, but the Islamic education is still must doing the what the hadis Nabi SAW say. No, we say no changes, and we say the solah is 5, we must solah 5. So we must perform, we must doing, we must the sunnah Nabi, and we correctly we had to make sure our society is very good. That's all. If we avoid from the sunnah, and so we also we may be down. That's all. Can answer the answer?
Thank you. Thank you. Any more question? Yes. Bu Somaria from the graduate school.
Yeah, thank you very much for excellent information about Islamic education. Well, it is a tough, what is it? What we call about something that is beyond my thought. Yeah, because I do not really understand about Islamic education in detail. But there is something that it's really upset my mind about. Actually, it is not something to do with Islamic only, but it is mostly about religion. You know that a few weeks ago, I read one of the articles about, I forgot the name of the person, but if I'm not mistaken, that the point of this article is like this. The most religion the country is, the higher the corruption is. So this article doesn't mention about specific religion, but it all religion. So you know that it's really upset my mind. So we are religious country, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines. Yeah, Philippines mostly Catholic and Christians. Yeah, but what's something wrong with our Islamic education, for example? What is something wrong with a Christian education? What is something wrong with other religion education? Why that person finally, based on his, I forgot his name, based on his research, until he concluded like that one. So it's like slam our face, right, as religious person. Maybe you can give us yeah, something. I do not know whether it's a kind of the perspective or something like that. Thank you very much. Or maybe the other presenter, the keynote speaker also can answer that question. It's not only from Islamic education, because Philippines is mostly religious too, especially Catholic and Christian one. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Somaria.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think this is his opinion. I think
But based on his research.
Based on the research.
Yep. It is in journal article.
Journal
in
article.
2025.
2025.
Yep.
Very upset.
Yes.
I also
Yep.
very upset also. Well, you say most religion, most corruption, and so this contradicts with the values all the religions, and in our verse lah, because all our verse say all the religions, hopefully all the religions doing the good, doing the better, and so how we want to say this is findings, and so maybe so hopefully when this article read by all the we saw the prime minister, the pemerintah, and so all the administration must check the how they do the, especially about the regulation and about the regulation, and so I think maybe we can see again about the contradicts about the data, and so the most important is the leaders and to change the perception. When the finding is say like that, so the leaders must to change their about especially the workers. That's all. Because we say in Islamic and in Salat Tanhil Fahsya'i wal Munkar, this is the principle of perform the salah if to avoid from doing the wrong, and so this is so if individual perform the salah correctly means not only for the how doing the salah itu correctly, but from your heart also must correctly. Also others religion also have they have also ceremony for your gods. That's all can answer. Maybe you can give suggestion.
What about from the perspective of the Philippines itself?
Thank you very much.
That's okay, right?
Yes,
Okay.
but I prefer to discuss it further later during my discussion, but to give you a glimpse. The problem in the Philippines is this: we have a lot of sectarian schools. And when I say sectarian schools, these are schools, universities, and colleges run by various religious organizations. Unfortunately, if you look into what is happening in my country now, some of our politicians who are being tagged as corrupt are graduates of sectarian schools. That is where the gap is. That is where the moral dilemma is. Later, ma'am, I hope to elucidate further during my discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Khairi and Dr. Juan. and Bu Somare also for the thoughtful question. Your reflection on religion and corruption highlights how ethical awareness remains essential in all forms of innovation and leadership. Let's give another round of applause to Dr. Khairi for his inspiring talk. Thank you. Now, last but not the least, we have Dr. Juan Primitivo Pulido Petrola.
Thank you for mentioning the
That's the complete name. Yeah, okay. Dr. Juan is a licensed professional teacher. He graduated with the degree in Bachelor of Secondary Education, specializing in Communication Arts English, cum laude from Pangasinan State University, Bayambang campus. He finished his Master of Arts in Education with a specialization in Educational Management at St. Louis College, San Fernando City La Union, as a scholar at the Catholic Educational Association of the Philippines, and graduated cum laude as well. He's finished his Doctor of Philosophy, specializing in Development Education from Virgin Milagrosa University Foundation in San Carlos City, Pangasinan, as magna cum laude. He was a colleague exchange student representing the Philippines in the Students in Free Enterprise World Cup in Toronto, Canada. He was the Executive Corporate Secretary of the, help me with this, Archdiocese, of Lingayen, the Gupan Catholic Schools, and the former principal of the High School Department at St. John's Cathedral School in the Gupan City. He was designated as one of the national monitors of the government assistant of 2 students and teachers in private education program by the Private Education Assistant Committee. He was a former member of the YMCA of Pangasinan Board of Trustees and lifetime member of the YMCA. He was made a Fellow of the Royal Institute of Educators by the Royal Institution of Singapore in 2018, the International Society of Teachers, Administrators, and Researchers, and the International Alliance of English Language Teachers in Thailand have awarded him 2 honorary life memberships. Additionally, he served as one of the Ascendance Asia International Research Institute Regional Representative in Singapore. He is a Certified Values Restoration Officer for the Council for the Restoration of Filipino Values, recognized by the Civil Service Commission. During the centennial celebration of Pangasinan State University Bayambang campus, he was awarded as the most outstanding young alumni in education. Likewise, he completed the paralegal training program certificate course offered by SED, Higher Education, and the University of the Philippines College of Laws Law Center at UP Diliman. He served as Commission on Higher Education Regional Office, as Education Supervisor for Teacher Education Programs together with DAPAT Region 1. He spearheaded the creation of the Region 1 Teacher Education Advisory Council. At present, the accrediting agency of chartered college and universities in the Philippines has Dr. Petrola on its roster of accredited national accreditors. He is serving Pangasinan State University as faculty of the College of Teacher Education in PSU Lingayen campus with the concurrent designation as Director of the Presidential Management and Liaison Office and Executive Secretary in the Office of the University President. Without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Juan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that generous introduction, Dr. CP. I think the introduction took much of your time. It's already, Philippine time, it's already 12:59 in my country. It's, of course, we are an hour ahead of Indonesia, so I hope you're not yet hungry. Come on, tell yourselves, I'm not yet hungry. And I would like to apologize that I'm going to take a little much of your time. I know that it's very, very sacred for you to have your midday prayer, but I was told that I can extend. Looking at the program I was given, I was originally given 15 minutes to deliver the discussion. So I prepared my script so that I would not take much of your time. The problem with me is that when I am in front of students and intellectuals, I think I am inside my classroom delivering my 3 hours for 3-unit discussion in the graduate school. So I'll try to condense everything. But at the onset, I would like to greet our university administrators of our beloved hosts today, the Universitas, Muhammadiyah, UHAMKA, the university officials, staff, and students. Of course, our officials from the Directorate of Transformative Learning Strategies and Systems, under the Directorate General of Science and Technology, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. Please allow me to be a little biased. I would like to say shout out to some people who made it possible for me to arrive in Indonesia on time and to allow me to reach my hotel before the clock strikes 1 o'clock in the morning. Thank you, Dr. Engla Meriska, for the very kind hospitality. And I saw Sir Tamul a while ago. He's here. He went out already. But I enjoyed the ride last night because we all had fun and laughter inside the van, talking about storytelling. Are you still okay? You're still okay? All right. Allow me to be both formal and informal in my sharing this afternoon. Distinguished guests, fellow keynote speakers, educators, researchers, partners in innovation, and I believe we have College of Teacher Education students here. Can I see hands of those who are taking their degree in education? I hope you will learn to love the teaching profession. You might not love it today because it might not be your first choice, of course, but when you land in the actual teaching job, there is where you will find that indeed teaching is the noblest profession. No other professions in the world would exist without teachers. So again, shall I say good afternoon already?
Yes.
It is an immense honor for me to be a part of this assembly for the International Conference on Education, Innovation, and Learning Transformation. We call it Inno Teach 2025. This year's theme, Driving Education, Innovation, and Learning Transformation for a Sustainable Future, invites us to reflect on the kind of world we are shaping and we are building, as well as the kind and quality of learners we must empower to create and shape the world. A while ago, we had some quiet reflections. I hope, based on the questions I have shown you in the previous slide, you were able to have reflections also. My dear friends, we live in an era defined by complexity and uncertainty. The fast-changing world has confronted economies and the entire ecosphere to adjust. If you do not adjust, you have to bend. And if you do not bend, you will break. And what's my point? However, with this uncertainty lies an extraordinary potential. And what is that potential? Later we'll find out. The challenge to all of us in the education sector and even in the policy-making bodies, our lawmakers, our policy makers, is to ensure that education remains the most powerful tool for peace, for equality, shared development, and sustainability. Allow me to take some of your time because I'll be sharing to you 6 key points related to our theme. And this is good for a one-semester discussion. But don't worry, I'll try to condense 1 semester in a few minutes for you. All right. The first sharing I'd like to impart to all of you is that education remains to be at the heart of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs of UNESCO. Education is the central and at the very core, very heart of UN 2030 Agenda for SDG, or Sustainable Development Goals. Particularly SDG number, may I ask you what number is that? Quality education? SDG number 4, very good. And SDG number 4 challenges all countries. The Philippines not exempted, Indonesia not exempted, Malaysia not exempted, all countries in the world to, and I quote, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. For all. I'd like to give emphasis on that. End of quote. Dear friends, SDG number 4 is not just one of the 17 SDGs identified by the United Nations or by UNESCO. SDG number 4 is the foundation of all other SDGs. It is where all other SDGs take flight from. What do I mean? Quality education supports gender equality. Quality education supports, or cuts rather, poverty. Quality education improves health outcomes, encourages innovation, and drives climate action. In simple terms, we cannot have a sustainable future without sustainable education. Do you agree? And let me be more specific. Not just any education, but quality education. I repeat that. Not just sustainable education, but quality education. However, here is where the gap is. Here is where the problem is. Where do we see the importance of having quality teachers? Why do we have not that so good students? Why do we have that group of students who do not like to study? Why do we have students who hate mathematics? Why do we have students who hate science? One of my previous students, when I was listening to one of their math classes, asked the teacher, "Ma'am, why do I care and what do I care about trigonometric functions? When I go to the market, I will not tell the vendor, please give me 3/4 kilo of the quadratic equation of 4/5 raised to the 4th power." You get my point? So the relevance is in question. Here is where the importance of having quality teachers is a must in every classroom throughout the globe. Several studies all throughout, you go to your Scopus Index, the Webs of Science, to your journal and research articles, you will find out that there were already studies that prove that the quality of teachers affects the quality of learners. A mediocre teacher creates mediocre learners. You agree? An excellent teacher creates even more excellent learners. One study that I love the most is this, in 2 classrooms. One classroom, the top of the cream of the crop in the class. All students are bright. The other classroom, they consider it to be the last section. Are you okay? Am I talking too fast? No, can you follow? All right, I'll give you a quiz after, so listen carefully. I'll give you an exam after my discussion. There are 2 sets of classrooms, and there are 2 sets of teachers. The best good teacher, and the teacher that's so-so teacher, a mediocre teacher. The mediocre teacher was assigned to the best class, while the best teacher was assigned to the not-so-performing class. Lo and behold, after one grading period, the performing class started to have their grades decrease. The low-performing class started to have their grades rise above the percentile rank and improve their studies. Why? Because the lowest section was given the best teacher. Why? Because the best section was given a mediocre teacher. So they flunked in class. Are you okay? Another thing about quality education is this. In the Philippines, in the early 70s, 60s, 80s, and 90s, when children get grades below 75, the passing score in the Philippines is 75. When students get 74 below, the children, the learners will tremble in fear to to tell their parents that they get low grades, that they got low grades. Why? The parents will get mad to the students, to their children. But now, it's the other side of the story. When the learners get a failing grade, the parents will go to the classroom and they will quarrel the teacher. But it's not the sole responsibility of the teacher to teach quality education. Quality education happens inside the classroom of the schools, but the first classroom is the home. You agree? The first teachers are not us in the classrooms. The first teachers are parents. But when parents are too busy for profit and for money, that they only give the responsibility to the teachers to teach, there is no follow-up in education. Am I getting my point? Next point on quality education is this. Again, in the Philippines, or this might happen also in other parts of the country, in other parts of the globe. May I see the hands of graduate school students enrolled here today? Do we have someone here taking their master's or doctorate? Nobody. But I encourage you to enroll your master's and your doctorate degrees in this institution. I have seen the reputation of UHAMKA, and it's very, very good reputation in graduate education. Let me go to my point. There are institutions in the Philippines that offer diploma mill. What do I mean by they become diploma mill institutions? Teachers in basic ed, why do you like to enroll in your graduate education? I'm expecting them to tell me because, JP, we would like to further our studies. We would like to upskill our skills. We would like to update our strategies. We would like to be the best teacher in the classroom. Sounds ideal, right? Unfortunately, it's far from the ideal. Why? They enroll in schools, in graduate schools, just for the sake of getting promoted. So what happens? They go to fly-by-night graduate schools. What do I mean by fly-by-night graduate schools? These are graduate schools who would enroll them, but they will not attend the class. They'll just pay the tuition and wait for graduation. Worst is that they will hire some other people to do their theses and researches for them. And they would brag putting PhD and MAED after their names, where in fact, they were not the ones who really did the hard labor of research. Quality education? That's a question. Let me share to you some quick statistics I got from my readings. These are from 2022 to 2024 data. Let me just share this to you. About 251 million children and youth remain out of school worldwide in 2020. I think this is in 2022 to 2024. An estimated 754 million adults still lack basic literacy skills. That means reading, writing, and arithmetic. With 2/3 of the 754 million are women. And I see that majority of our participants here are women. You do not belong to the 2/3. Another thing, the global youth literacy rate stands at around 93%, but disparities persist across regions. This is another issue. Basic education needs 44 million additional teachers by 2030. It's 2025. Can the world produce the other 44 million within 5 years? We do not know. Teacher shortages remain acute in low-income countries, threatening education quality. My observation here is that you always ask, what's your specialization? What's your specialization? In the Philippines, I am a language specializing in language in my undergraduate studies, in my baccalaureate degree rather. But did you know, I'll tell you, I taught music. I taught physical education. I taught health. I taught technology and livelihood education when I was starting as a teacher. But my field of specialization is English. Why? Because we do not have qualified teachers to teach those subjects. So my former principal would tell me, oh, JP, because you talk so much, you teach music. Oh, JP, because you move so fast, You teach physical education. Vow of obedience. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Another thing. This is something to do with money. The global benchmark recommends allocating 4 to 6% of the gross domestic product, or 15 to 20% of total public expenditure to education. In the Philippines, it is in our law, it's in our constitution, that the bigger part of the fund from the taxes of the people will be given to education. That is why always, and it should always be, because it's mandated by law, the biggest part of our budget in a year is dedicated to education. But I'm not happy about the results. I'll tell you the reasons why later. Another thing, many countries fall below these targets. Global spending averages around 4% of the gross domestic product. And this is also true. Fewer than half of curricula worldwide mention climate change. Have you embedded climate education in your curricula here in UHAMKA? Is climate change part of your curricula? Not yet. All right, that's a big challenge for you. In the Philippines, of course, I'm from the Philippines, so I keep mentioning Philippines. In the Philippines, the Second Congressional Commission on Education, we call it EDCOM 2. This is in the latest 2022, explicitly found, and this is a painful reality for me, they found out that there is a failed system of Philippine education. Since when? Since 1990s, when the Education Commission 1 was launched. This is the report you see on the screen. Can you go back to that slide, please? EDCOM 2, the Education Commission Study 2, exposes a deep learning crisis in the Philippines, where many children are unable to meet basic literacy and numeracy standards. It emphasizes that poor governance, weak teacher preparation, that's a big ouch on my part, and chronic underinvestment have made urgent education reform needed for the nation's future. Are you still okay? Are you still with me? All right, let me just share to you a little quick historical data. During the EDCOM 1, the Philippine government created 3 distinct agencies that would cater to the 3 levels of education. Basic education will fall under the Department of Education. College education will fall under the Commission on Higher Education, of which I worked there for 5 years as education supervisor in our region. And those that would like to take technical vocational skills will be under the Technical Education for Skills Development Authority, or TESDA. In the 1990s, these 3 government education agencies were mandated to dialogue, to talk, to meet, so that when you graduate in basic education, the skills and competencies that you have had would be nurtured by college education or by technical skills, so that even if you do not graduate in college, you can get a job because you're qualified based on our national certification and based on the PQF standards, Philippine Qualifications Framework, which is aligned to the ASEAN Qualifications Reference Network. Unfortunately, it did not happen. Since 1990s, it's already 2025. That is why the Department of Education created the Teacher Education Council to make sure that the education quality in the Philippines would improve, starting it from the teachers in basic education. This is another painful reality for the Philippines. I'm looking at your data in Indonesia. I found some data, but I cannot understand because it's not in English. So I forgot to translate it. In 2022, are you aware of PISA? Yes. And mind you, dear friends, I'm standing here from the Philippines, and that I'm telling you something that the Philippines has to do more about, because it's a problem in the Philippines. That in the 2022 PISA, we ranked 76 Ask me how many? Total, 81. 76 out of 81 countries is where the Philippines is in terms of reading, in terms of mathematics, and in terms of science. What happened? This is my particular joke. I'm sorry, I'm still in number one. This is my particular joke. In the Philippines, you go to the Department of Health. You count all the doctors of medicines. You got the data, right? You have the number of doctors in the Philippines of health. You go to DepEd, Department of Education. You go to TESDA. You go to CHED, Commission Higher Education. You count all the persons there with the title of doctor. You know what? The number of doctors in education is higher than the number of doctors in health. And yet people call us doctors. One time I was in a public utility vehicle. I saw an old friend of mine. And he told me, Doc JP, long time no see. And I said, oh, how are you? In Filipino, say, kamusta? So we started discussing. She keeps calling me Doc JP, Doc JP, Doc JP. I'm not that quite irritable, but of course, it's a title. I have to listen to it. Before I went down of the public bus, one of my fellow passengers approached me and asked me, sir, are you a doctor? And I said, yes, I'm a doctor. And when I was about to say, I'm a doctor of philosophy, the woman told me, sir, I have a cough. Could you please recommend what medicine should I take so that my cough would not be persistent? And I said, no, you get me wrong. I'm not a doctor of medicine, I'm a doctor of education and of philosophy. So it's a big deal in the Philippines to be called a doctor. And yet, the profession of teaching is somewhat neglected. So what are we going to do now in the Philippines with the miseducation, failure of basic education, failure of education in the Philippines? We're doing something about that. Please watch over us and see how the Philippines would recover from that pandemic of a failure of education. Let me go to my second point. How many points do I have? I have 16, right? Only 6. My second point is this. Gender equality and interlinked SDGs are keys to a sustainable future. Among the interconnected sustainable development goals, gender equality, which is under SDG number 5, is very crucial. By the way, are you familiar with all the 17 SDGs? Your silence tells me you're not familiar with the 17 SDGs. Assignment. Familiarize yourselves with the 17 SDGs. That's very important. It's a part of our internationalization program of the institution. SDG number 5 is both a moral necessity and a driver of progress. Educating girls and women brings significant benefits. I'm an advocate for gender equality and I'm a member of the Gender and Development Pool in our university. We are advocating gender equality and the improvement and empowerment of women in society. You see, SDG 5 reduces child mortality, it strengthens economies, promotes civic participation, and boosts community resilience, among others. The UNESCO highlights that education for women and girls transforms lives across generations. But, dear friends, gender equality is not just about access to services for women and girls and men alike. It involves agency, empowerment, and leadership. The question is, how can we make our education system transformative and innovative? Let us try to look at gender equality, SDG number 5. We have to start embedding gender equality into our school policies and curriculum. A while ago, our rector said that I think you are gearing towards some internationalization program, or you needed to have this activity to make the university more known in the international arena. One way is to promote gender education, gender equality. Put it in your curriculum. Train educators about gender sensitivity. Encourage women's participation in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and leadership. Foster inclusive learning spaces where all learners can thrive And this is to advocate inclusive education. Are you aware of what inclusive education is? Yes or no? Inclusive education. No. I'll tell you something about that in the next few slides. And this is also important. Try to promote the use of gender-fair language. We no longer call people as policeman or policewoman. We call them now police officers. You do not call it a chairman or a chairwoman. You call it a chairperson. That's the use of gender-fair language. My dear friends, SDG number 4, the one that I talked about a while ago, and SDG number 5 are inseparable partners. They are twins. Education empowers equality, and equality enriches education. Are you okay? How many points are we finished? Have we finished? 2. 4 more. Third. This is the third. I'm sorry. I should have removed the picture in the front. It's okay. I'll just tell you why. Have you heard of VUCA? You haven't heard of VUCA. You haven't heard about VUCA. But ma'am, I think some of you have heard what VUCA is. VUCA started to appear in the late 1980s. It's a term, VUCA. We can go to the next slide. It's okay. That will be your assignment. But you can see the acronym. VUCA for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. That is how the world was described during the 1980s in terms of business and in terms of education. It means that the society is volatile. The society is uncertain. The society is complex and ambiguous. But that was in 1980s. 4 decades later, today, 2025, we are now witnessing a shift from the VUCA world to what we now call as the BANI world. And what is a BANI world? The society now, the ecosphere now is brittle because systems collapse quickly under stress, anxious because we do not know what would happen in the future. It's nonlinear because the causes and effects defy prediction, and it's incomprehensible because where rapid change outpaces human understanding. That is how we define the society in 2020 onwards. My dear friends, I cannot discuss that long because my time is limited. In this world, education should not remain to be a mere and simple transfer of knowledge. You do not just simply teach, ma'am, the reason why we have corrupt politicians, the reason why even if they are graduates of religious schools and yet they become corrupt and unethical, immoral individuals, is that because we were not able to teach them well. We only taught them. The teaching profession does not end in teaching. The teaching profession does not end when you get out of your classrooms and say class is dismissed. The teaching profession is not about just telling you, okay, I'm done with my syllabus, I'm done with my chapter discussion, I have done the test exams, I've given them grades, done. No. Teaching does not end in teaching. There should be a call for action. You will not be successful teachers if you cannot touch the conscience of your learners. You keep telling them, pick up the pieces of dirt on the floor, arrange your chairs properly, be respectful of others. But if they do not see you following simple rules, you are just a noisy, empty can. Why do we have worse citizens? Let's try to look at how were their teachers. Because learners learn through example. They follow what elders do. So you ask me, why are there corrupt politicians? Why are there corrupt government employees? Simple. Did they see corruption inside their classroom? How dare we teachers call the attention of our students? Wear your ID. Come to school on time. Wear your complete uniform. And yet you as a teacher, you come to school late. You do not wear your ID. You do not wear your proper uniform. Shame on us teachers if we do that. Are we okay? All right. We must prepare, my dear friends, value-driven and future-proof graduates who can navigate uncertainty with moral clarity and emotional intelligence. We are not creating intellectual monsters. Do you know who these intellectual monsters are? Intellectual monsters, for my term, are people who may have the highest IQs, and yet they do not have empathy for others. Intellectual monsters are people who have good academic standing, yet they forget to be human. Intellectual monsters are those whose necks are about to break because of heavy medals and certificates and awards, yet they do not keep their feet on the ground to be humble. We do not create intellectual monsters. And sectarian schools produce some corrupt alumni and graduates simply because, as I've said earlier, the teaching ended in teaching. But it shouldn't be the case. The use of formative assessment is a must. And what is formative assessment? Have you discussed that in your undergraduate degree? There are two kinds of assessment, summative and formative. When you say summative assessment, it is assessment of learning. You give an exam after 3 weeks of discussion. But formative assessment is the other way around. It is an assessment, it is graded, but it is recorded but not graded. Example, I would like to find out if my students know already the 4 laws of gravity, for example, or 4 laws of Newton. I'll give a quiz. And then I get the scores. I'll see the scores to be low. I'll do something about that. That's formative assessment. I will record their low scores, and after my discussion on a particular topic, I'll give them another quiz about that topic, and I'll compare the 2 scores now. So I did a summative test, but when I saw them failing in a formative test, I addressed it and helped them so that in a formative assessment, their grades would improve. Also, with that situation, asked by Ma'am a while ago, we do not end in teaching. There should always be follow-up, check on values integration. 4th key point. Please, my dear friends, let's embrace this. Global citizenship education. By the way, I'm not yet done, by the way. Retain that there. I would like to give emphasis to future-proof graduates who see innovation not as disruption, but as service, and who act not only as professionals, but as global citizens. I heard this a while ago with our rector. He said future-ready. But there is a difference between being future-proof and future-ready. I do not like the term future-ready. I'm sorry. I'll be honest. Why? There is a difference. I prefer future-proof. Because when we go to the previous slide, please. Previous slide, please. No. Previous. Yeah, there. Thank you. There's a difference. To be future-proof is to be unshakable despite emerging global trends and challenges of the unknown. To be future-ready, however, is just to equip or be equipped with necessary skills for survival. My dear friends, we are not here only to survive. We are here to thrive, to grow stronger, to be wiser, more resilient amid every challenge. We must be future-proof, not only future-ready. Ma'am, if you're future-ready, I would tell you that you're ready with your class. You can discuss anytime. But what if your principal, your director comes and watch over you, observes you in class? Are you future-proof? If you're future-proof, you would tell yourself, I don't care. Even the president of the country comes inside my class and observes me. I'm okay. I'm future-proof. You get what I mean? So it's better to be future-proof than future-ready. This is the very essence of transformative education. And there is where your car is, the one that fetched me last night. To empower learners, not just to adapt, but to thrive in a bunny world, remaining deeply grounded in humanity, guided by purpose, and driven by the values that shape a sustainable future. 4th key point, global citizenship education, learning for humanity and the planet. To meet the challenges mentioned earlier that I keep mentioning, global citizenship education, or we call it GCED in the Philippines. My institution is a regional center for global citizenship education. GSED must become a central pillar of educational innovation. Am I talking too fast? Can you follow? Are you still okay? Just a few more slides and we're done. GSED aims to equip learners with the values, attitudes, and competencies needed to live responsibly and act for the common good in an interconnected world. Therefore, my dear friends, GSED should be one of our advocacies to innovate education and transform learning for sustainability. So, JP, what will happen if we implement GSED activities in schools? What will happen to our learners? First, they will understand global interdependence. They will understand connecting local realities with global issues. Why is it that in this particular place in Jakarta, traffic is very heavy? And that traffic, for example, in East Jakarta, traffic is so I don't want to say bad, but my time, can I continue? My time is limited now? Not yet. All right. So what my point is, local to global is that we try to forget that whatever we do, small things will affect the bigger cosmos. Second, let's exercise critical thinking and ethical action in addressing social issues and environmental climate crisis. Let us uphold diversity, equality, and human rights, nurturing a culture of inclusion and peace. That is where inclusive education is. I'm sorry, ma'am, I'll try to be a little broad. Inclusive education is this. Listen to me, education students. Inclusive education is an approach where all students, regardless of their race, their culture, their beliefs, where they are from, are inside one classroom. All right? That is inclusive education. Diversity in learning. It is contrary to integration. It is contrary to exclusion and segregation. Due to lack of time, I wouldn't be able to discuss the three, but remember, inclusive education is classroom for all. In higher education, GSED transforms universities into learning hubs of empathy and leadership, providing spaces where academic activities meet moral responsibility. It prepares graduates to contribute not just to economy, but to humanity. Not only business-minded individuals, but people-minded, value-laden, and holistic members of the global community. Integrating GSED with education for sustainable development ensures that innovation becomes both intellectually driven and ethically grounded, anchoring technological advancement in a spirit of global responsibility and solidarity. Second to the last point, fifth, I read a research, an article from the Transforming Education for Sustainable Futures. It is a collaborative research initiative funded by the UK government. And just a quick review, they funded 67 projects across India, Rwanda, Somalia, and South Africa. Each of those projects explored how education can advance sustainability, equity, and climate action. There are four key important things that TESF is trying to tell us. Number one, innovation must be co-created. It is not imposed. You need a partner to start innovation. Number two, education reform should be contextual. That means you have to make it relevant to the learners and at the same time participatory. Knowledge must be shared, equitably bridging local and global wisdom, and that true transformation requires authentic representation of learners and communities. The legacy of the TESF research is this. True educational innovation flourishes when it is rooted in collaboration, guided by empathy, and strengthened by inclusivity, empowering learner that transforms both people and communities. My last point, dear friends, last two pieces of paper on my desk. Higher education is the engine of sustainable and equitable progress. As government and academic leaders, we hold an important responsibility and rewarding opportunity. Our universities, UHAMKA, PSU, and other universities that you know, must evolve into innovation ecosystems, dynamic environments where teaching, instruction, research, extension, and production, those are the four pillars of higher education, address national and international challenges. To do this, my recommendation to UHAMKA, ma'am, is this. Number one, develop a interdisciplinary curricula, integrate sustainability, gender equality, and gender and global citizenship. Number 2, I would recommend that you strengthen faculty and research capacities to foster digital, inclusive, and ethical education, promote lifelong learning through flexible technology-enabled and accessible pathways, create partnerships among industry, community, and government. That's why we're partnering with UHAMKA. PSU is a partner. Let's create internationalization activities and uphold the core values of inclusion, justice, accountability in both educational governance and learning systems. In a nutshell, in conclusion, finally, we can call it a day after this slide. My dear friends, as we drive education, innovation, and learning transformation for a sustainable future, please remember this. As John Dewey said, education is not a preparation for life because education is life itself. Therefore, education should be a continuous act of becoming and belonging. Yet, its true power unfolds only when education is rooted in inclusion, in sustainability, and empathy. Why? Why? For innovation without inclusion widens inequality. Transformation without sustainability threatens our shared future. And learning without empathy loses its soul and purpose. Our mission as educators is clear: to make education not only path to opportunity, but the foundation of peace, of equity, and resilience. May Inno Teach 2025 inspire us all to lead with courage, teach with compassion, and learn with purpose. Together, let us transform education so that education in turn may transform our shared future. My dear friends, terima kasih atas perhatian dan dukungannya. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay.
Terima kasih, Dr. Huan. Okay, we have one question from online participant, from our active participant, Miss Jamalia from Kota Kinabalu. Okay. Again, Miss Jamalia, allow me to paraphrase your question. Thank you, Prof. Huan, for the inspiring presentation. Miss Jamalia would like to raise a concern regarding the ideal of equal education for all. In practice, often does not reflect reality. In many private higher education institutions, financial considerations seem to outweigh educational integrity. From Ms. Jamalia on teaching experience in several private universities in Malaysia, she has observed cases where lecturers are pressured to give passing grade to fee-paying students, even when they do not complete assignments. Unfortunately, this situation is not isolated. Similar practices can be found in both private and public universities. Furthermore, scholarship and research grants are often limited to selected postgraduate students rather than being distributed equitably. In many countries, including Malaysia and parts of Europe, age restrictions and high tuition fees also make postgraduate education inaccessible to many qualified individuals. If I may rephrase again your question, more statement, but your question perhaps, Ms. Jamalia, given these realities, how can we reconcile the sustainable development goal on inclusive and equitable quality education with the persistent inequality and commercialization we see in higher education today?
Thank you very much, Ma'am Jamalia. The question is very intriguing, and in fact, I would give a comprehensive answer to that. Let me click on my timer. All right. Kidding aside, yes, there is such thing as education for all. We can never attain SDG number 4 if we will not partner it with SDG number 5. What's my point? There should be gender equality. The problem, why we have a problem on limited access to education, is that we have limited opportunities for all genders to be accepted in particular institutions. I know Indonesia is a strict Islam country. You have to follow, of course, what the Quran said, and we respect that. Also with Christians, we have to follow what the Bible say. But there are problems in terms of how we see policies, and these policies are dependent on what are the beliefs of the particular nation or state. Next point is this. In the Philippines, it has been a problem. I was telling Prof. A while ago that we have teachers who give students promotion despite the fact that they are not qualified to go to the next level of education. They do not read well. They cannot comprehend well. But teachers are pressured to promote them from grade 2 to grade 3, grade 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, until they reach high school, until they go to college, and their comprehension skills are not that well prepared. Why? Because teachers are pressured by government policies. When you do not pass them, you will not get a financial aid in your school. If you not pass them, you will not get a good rating of very satisfactory to outstanding in your school performance. No principal would like to have that rating over her school. So what would the school head do? Pressure the teachers. Come on, just give them passing grades. It's up to the next teacher to have that problem. Pass them. It's up to the secondary school to have a problem with them. So where does everything go? Mindset. Our attitude, our lack of accountability, our lack of responsibility, the lack of political will of government to provide quality access to education. She mentioned, Ma'am Siti, about scholarships are limited, retention, high tuition fees. We cannot do otherwise but call on the attention of the government, because it's the government who creates the policies. So we have to call that, again, I would repeat that, let us call the attention of lawmakers to create policies to make really education accessible for everybody. I will not brag and boast, but in the Philippines, we have now what we call FA, or FHE rather. What is FHE? Free Higher Education. What does that mean? All our state universities and colleges, and I say all government-owned colleges and universities do not collect tuition fees and miscellaneous fees already. Free. College education in the Philippines is free for government-owned institutions. But for private colleges and universities, of course, they have to pay the tuition fees. Why did it happen? Legislation. The government created law that would make higher education free. I think that is also one challenge to your lawmakers to create policies so that you can all have access to quality education. What would happen to those in private colleges and universities, JP, since they are paying? They too can get scholarships amounting to converted into your currency. A private student, because the slots are limited in state universities, is entitled to 60,000 pesos per semester for full merit scholarship and 30,000 pesos for half merit scholars. I might not be studying, for example, in a state university, but I'm from the private, but I also get financial aid from the government. Why? Again, legislation. The lawmakers created such law. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Juan. That's, yes, applause. Do we still have time for questions? What? Okay. Bapak, just short one, ya Pak. Okay.
Answer short.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Pak Lukman.
Very interesting. Yeah. I like your two issues in this presentation. The first one is the quality and the sustainability. Those two issues are very important. And for our country, frankly speaking, this is still our struggle, sir. So, in particular, how to nurture our teachers in teaching. that they like quality in teaching and so on and so on. Maybe you have ideas. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I've been to the Philippines.
Visit me there when you come back.
Yes, I like it.
I'll hope to see you there when you come back, sir. I'll accommodate you. Yes, sir. Quality and sustainability. You're asking. Please correct me if I am wrong. The question has something to do with how can we nurture our teachers to give quality education. What we are doing now in the Philippines is the Philippine government has just 2 weeks ago started what we call reclassification of items. It's a paper-based merit promotion system to make sure that teachers get salaries based on their qualifications. But number one is this: let teachers teach. Do not give ancillary tasks to teachers. For example, in the Philippines, the teachers are asked to do census, survey. The teachers are asked to cook for children, feeding programs. The teachers are asked to do several administrative clerical work. That's not the main function of the teacher. Do not give the teacher an administrative task, because first and foremost, the task of the teacher is to teach. Number two, the problem in promotion, sir. Ma'am Siti is a good teacher. If I were her principal and I saw her to be good performing, she discusses well, her learners are loving her, I will promote her, I will make her a principal also. Wait, don't do that. You're going to get a good teacher out of the classroom and give him an administrative task. What happened to the class? You robbed them of the opportunity to learn more when you decided to get a best performing teacher and give that teacher an administrative position. Third, I think it's high time for teachers to really embrace lifelong learning. Teachers, we cannot give what we do not have. You cannot teach well if you do not study well. For you to give quality education, allow yourself to have quality education yourself. If you fill this empty glass of water and give this to a person, that person will drink everything. So no water is left here. Try to refill it with water. What my point is, when you teach, study. So when you give, you also receive. Thank you, sir. I hope I got the point.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Luman, for the question, and thank you, Dr. Huan. Now, thank you once again to Dr. Huan for sharing your wisdom and reaffirming that true educational transformation begins with empathy, collaboration, and the courage to reimagine a sustainable future for all, and moving from future ready to future, I like that, future-proof learners. Let's express our sincere appreciation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, online and on site, we now have reached the conclusion of our keynote session. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to all our keynotes for sharing their insight, and to our on-site and online participants for your active engagement and thoughtful question. Your presence and participation make this academic exchange truly meaningful. With that, we officially close the keynote session. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Now, I would like to hand the session back to the MC, Master of Ceremony, Zain. Over to you. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to our keynote speakers, our moderators, and all the participants here for your enthusiasm for today's special event. So we are coming to our last agenda, everyone. We're going to have a presentation from our sponsorship, that is from Bank Syariah Indonesia, BSI. For the representative of BSI, the time is yours.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I this means this for you.
Saya langsung aja ya.
Iya. Satu orang, dua orang yang
Satu aja.
Satu aja.
Begini, Bu.
Iya, perlu.
Mau saya Bu? Saya udah dipanggil ya, Pak? Hah? Oh iya. Ibu saya izin mulai ya, Bu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sebelum saya mulai, izin hari ini karena dari tadi udah ada berbahasa Inggris ya, saya berbahasa Indonesia aja boleh ya, biar nggak pusing ya. Baik, alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin, puji syukur kehadiran Allah Subhanahu wa taala atas limpahan rahmat dan karunia pada kita semua. Kemudian salawat dan salam tidak lupa kita sampaikan kepada junjungan kita Nabi besar Muhammad SAW. Sebelum saya memulai lebih jauh, saya ingin tahu dulu di sini teman-teman profesi atau kegiatannya apa? Mahasiswa S1, S2, S1 ya. Ada yang S2 juga ya? S3, SD, SMP, SMA. Udah kebaca lawakannya ya. Ada yang S2? Ada juga. Nah pertanyaannya, ada yang sambil bekerja nggak teman-teman S1 nih? Ada yang sudah punya penghasilan sendiri? S1? Boleh angkat tangan? Kuliah sambil bekerja jadi udah punya penghasilan? Atau masih minta uang saku? Dari orang tua apa dari suami? Orang tua. Siapa tahu ada yang nikah muda ya. Oke, teman-teman, saya mau kasih tahu bahwa kami datang dari BSI ingin menyampaikan bahwa saat ini teman-teman kalau belum tahu tentang ilmu emas, maka teman-teman akan merugi, gitu ya. Sudah ada orang tuanya yang menerapkan bahwa harus nyabungnya atau nyimpennya emas? Sudah? Ini yang emas logam mulia dan perhiasan ya, bukan mas-mas yang turun di stasiun. Ya. Ini audiensnya perempuan semua ya? Yang wong lanang gak ada. Mana? Oh ada 3 biji ya. Boleh lah. Teman-teman, terlepas dari teman-teman saat ini sudah punya penghasilan atau belum. Kemudian dikasih uang saku atau tidak. Sudah ada yang berani untuk menyisihkan uang sakunya untuk menyimpan beli emas? Siapa? Coba angkat tangan. Perhiasan ya? Apa logam mulia? Oke, nanti kita belajar lebih lanjut lagi ya. Coba angkat yang perhiasannya berapa? 1, berapa kilo itu di tangan? Ada yang di lehernya sekilo? Oke. Dari sekarang karena udah biasa dikasih uang saku sama orang tua atau dikasih uang saku sama pasangan yang sah ya. Kemudian sudah punya penghasilan ya. Mulai dari sekarang saya sarankan nabunglah dalam bentuk emas. Ya, gimana caranya nanti kita bedah. Ada yang tahu harga emas hari ini berapa? 1 gram berapa? Berapa? 2,5. Situ berapa? 2,4. Berapa Mbak? 2,3. Ada yang bisa kasih saya lebih tinggi? Oke. Harga rilis Antam per hari ini. Oke, tahu Antam? Di 2,3. Oke. Tapi tahu bahwa Antam sudah 1 minggu ini tidak menjual emas secara masif, artinya webnya memaparkan harga tapi barangnya tidak ada. Tertahan. Apakah ditahan, tertahan atau memang tidak ada? Kita abaikan itu. Ada yang tahu harga di toko emas sekarang LM Antam dijual berapa? Bagus nih, baru kali ini saya tanya berapa lagi? Ayo coba tebak. Yang benar saya kasih hadiah. Berapa? Di toko emas berapa Bu? Ini emas yang logam mulia ya? Logam mulia. Ini yang toko emas jual ya Bu ya, bukan toko emas membeli. Toko emas Bu sekarang di 2,9. Ya. Ada yang punya kenalan toko emas? Atau ada orang tuanya yang punya toko emas? Coba telepon hari ini juga. Kita bekerja sama dengan Antam. Kemudian juga dengan PT Sima, ini adalah distributornya emas di bawah Antam juga. Kemudian toko emas Makmur, kemudian toko emas Rantai Anda Bogor, ya. Yang saya sebut itu dulu, masih banyak yang lain. Hari ini Rantai Anda jual per gramnya 2,9 Ibu. Per gram. Ada nggak orang mau beli? Padahal di Antam cuma 2,3. Banyak banget yang mau beli. Gitu ya. Terutama pecahan-pecahan yang kecil, 5 gram, 10 gram. Ya. Nah teman-teman, ada yang tahu harga emas tahun 90 udah pada lahir semua? Lahiran tahun berapa sih? Ya ampun. Cucu-cucuku. Jadi tahun 90 itu harga emas adalah di 20 ribuan. Ya. Beli banyak kan? Seharga cilok. 2010 ada yang tahu harga emas berapa? Hampir-hampir benar loh, 250.000 sampai 300. Kita naik 5 tahunnya dari 2010, 2015. 2015. Itu sekitar 500 sampai 600. Oke, 2020. 980 sampai 1,1. 2025 tadi ya. Kalau teman-teman lihat kenaikan per 5 tahun itu adalah 2 kali lipat atau 100% dari harga tahun 5 tahun mundurnya. Gitu ya. Jadi sekarang saya sarankan simpen coba emas dengan cara mau beli tunai silakan, dengan cara dicicil pun bisa di BSI. Gitu loh. Ada yang tahu cicilan emas berapa kalau 5 gram di BSI? Kita kasih lihat. Tolong simulasi aja, nggak usah yang materi terlalu lama karena wajah-wajahnya udah pusing semua ini ya. Iya, udah berasap semua nih. Mohon dibantu Mas Eben. Slide yang terakhir simulasi. Lanjut aja. Ini karena udah jamnya lanjut, kalau mau sambil makan boleh. Tapi jangan bunyi ya, mulutnya jangan terlalu dibuka. Oke? Kelihatan nggak angkanya? Saya coba sebelah sini dulu ya. Karena di sini lebih rame nih teman-temannya. Aduh kecil nih, bisa di zoomin aja nggak? Mas Eben bisa kasih saya simulasi yang ini nggak? Nggak usah PPT. Nggak usah PPT. Kelihatan dikit lagi. Oh Mas Adam ya namanya. Bisa gede lagi? Tapi kelihatan nggak angkanya berapa ini? Berapa? Ini? Oke, nggak perlu ke toko kacamata lah ya. 5 gram, kalau teman-teman belinya hari ini, kemudian mau dicicil 5 tahun ya, itu teman-teman nabung tiap bulan Rp223.124 setiap bulan selama 5 tahun. Maka akan punya emas 5 gram. Emasnya langsung ada apa enggak? Langsung ada, tapi disimpan di BSI sebagai jaminan. Gitu. Boleh dibawa pulang enggak? Selagi belum lunas tidak boleh. Kalau mau dipulang gimana caranya? Boleh, tapi lunasin. Saya nggak mau lunasin, mau bawa emasnya aja pulang. Ngeyel ya. Boleh. Emasnya bawa pulang, ginjalnya titip di BSI. Enggak terima ginjal ya. Ini ada syaratnya lagi, karena teman-teman belum berpenghasilan dan juga tidak payroll gajinya di BSI, maka ada kewajiban DP di 562.000 gitu, hilang. Nah ini nggak apa-apa. Rp562.425. Artinya apa? Gede banget, nggak apa-apa, bagus. 223.124 ini ini tetap dari sekarang kita berakad sampai 5 tahun lagi, walaupun harga emas besok atau 1 tahun lagi jadi 5 juta per gram. Gitu. Tetap sama. Tapi apa? Ayo ungkapkan aja. Keluarin aja. Tapi saya butuhnya 3 tahun lagi karena buat mahar nikah gitu. Oh bukan. Ya, bentar ya, saya tinggal dulu ya, sebelah sini dulu nih. Ini sambil ngunyah bisa ya ngeliat sini ya. Kelihatan gak sih? Oh apa? Bisnis emas. Nah harus coba nabung loh mas. Jangan di situ aja disimpan nih. Harus ke emas nih. Nih ya, 5 gram selama 5 tahun itu 223.000 per bulan selama 5 tahun. Di sini uang sakunya berapa sih setiap bulan? Setiap bulan. Uang saku, uang jajannya berapa sih? 2 juta, saya aja SMP 2 juta loh. Enggak, 400.000 doang kok saya SMP. Yang uang sakunya 2 juta siapa angkat tangan? Per bulan. Apa per hari itu? Oh gitu. Enggak, kalau per hari saya mau tahu orang tuanya siapa gitu loh. Suruh nabung ke BSI. Oke? Sampai di sini ada pertanyaan dulu sebelum saya lanjut? Saya mau nanya dulu deh. Ya silakan mas. Iya. Iya. Iya, selama 5 tahun flat atau tetap angsurannya segitu. 55 bulan kena, enggak ada floating-floatingan, enggak ada. Mau kapanpun, pokoknya kita nggak pakai floating dah. Nggak ada. Cukup mas? Oke, jadi gambarannya, misalkan ya, teman-teman sepakat nih ambil pola nabung yang 223.000 sekian itu setiap bulan, ya. Ternyata bulan Maret tahun depan, ada yang ulang tahun bulan Maret tahun depan? Ada yang katakan ya boleh. Nanti kita rayain sama-sama ya. Harga emas tiba-tiba melonjak tinggi. Atau misalkan tiba-tiba krisis ekonomi di Indonesia. Ya. Atau apalagi COVID lagi misalkan ya. Amit-amit jangan. Misalkan. Kalau COVID itu yang naik harga apa? Masker. Sama sanitizer ya. Nah, emas pun mungkin bakal naik. Tapi teman-teman punya pola tabungan 223 tetap aja segitu. Nggak peduli apapun kondisinya, gonjang-ganjing politik, ekonomi segala macam, cicilannya tetap segitu. Saya kasih pertanyaan. Misalkan ya teman-teman sekarang punya uang saku 2 juta per bulan. Bisa nabung seperti ini. Tiba-tiba misalkan musibah nih orang tuanya bangkrut, jatuh miskin, nggak bisa lagi ngasih uang 2 juta per bulan. Ya, padahal dari 5 tahun teman-teman udah melakukan pola nabung nih selama 2 tahun. Ya, berarti ada 3 tahun lagi yang belum dibayarkan ya. Di 2 tahun dapat musibah. Kira-kira gimana kalau saya nggak bisa bayar lagi tabungan ini gitu ya? Keren. Kamu pernah kerja di bank? Atau pernah di pegadaian? Nah tidak. Pilihannya teman-teman suruh aja BSI, tolong hitung dengan harga pada saat itu, setelah 2 tahun itu berapa harga emas, jual emas saya. Selisihnya untuk nutup berapa sisa pokok di BSI. Jadi di cicilan itu, di tabungan itu ada polanya, ada porsinya porsi pokok dan margin. Margin itu keuntungan bank. Yang dihitung hanyalah pokoknya saja, ditutup ke bank. Selisihnya masih ada dong, itu untuk teman-teman. Gitu loh. Selisihnya, gimana sih cara ngelihat selisihnya? Pertama kita nabung nih setiap bulan 223.000. Ya, di dalam 223.000 itu misalkan 5%-nya itu margin bank, sisanya adalah pokok. Nah berkurang pokoknya, sisa pokok yang belum dibayarin, maka itu adalah hak teman-teman ditambah lagi dengan selisih kenaikan harga emas setelah 2 tahun. Ada yang tahu 2 tahun ke depan harga emas berapa? Berapa? 3 juta. Saya aja nggak tahu. Tapi yang saya tahu dan saya yakini adalah setiap tahunnya pasti naik. Begitu. Ya. Saya orang bank, Bu Linda itu adalah pemimpin cabang kita dari Majestic ya. Beliau jualan deposito juga, saya bilang nggak usah deposito saat ini. 100 juta, 100 juta ya, jangka waktu 12 bulan, bagi hasilnya setiap bulan berapa Bu Linda? Nggak sampai 100 ribu deh, cuman 90 ribu ya. Saya bilang mulai dari sekarang silahkan teman-teman nabungnya emas. Kalau punya kemampuan ekonomi untuk beli emasnya langsung secara fisik 1 gram setiap bulan, bagus. Tapi 1 gram hari ini harganya anggaplah 2,5 ya. Bulan depan berapa kalau beli 1 gram lagi? Saya nggak mau beli cicil gitu misalkan ya. Bisa jadi 2,7, bisa jadi 3 juta. Tapi kalau bedanya dengan pola ini, kita bisa dapat gramasi lebih besar dengan harga tetap, cicilannya tetap. Begitu loh. Akad jual belinya atau murabahannya terpenuhi enggak? Terpenuhi karena fisik emasnya langsung diambil oleh BSI, disimpan di brankasnya BSI. Objek murabahannya apa? Objek jual belinya apa? Emas tadi. Gitu. Ada pertanyaan? Kita punya hadiah enggak sih? Mas Eben ada pertanyaan yang bagus saya kasih hadiah. Silakan Ibu. Oke, siap. Sekarang saya switch ya. Saya nggak nyuruhnya beli antam. Tadi saya hanya perumpamaan. Kita sekarang punya produk BSI Gold. Ya, BSI Gold itu sama seperti apa kalau misalkan di emas-emas yang lain? Sama dengan Galeri 24 pernah dengar? UBS pernah dengar? Lebih kurang sama seperti itu. Pengakuannya seperti apa? Dia diakui di nasional, tapi mungkin belum dikenal di luar negeri. Seperti antam itu sudah dikenal di luar negeri. Ya, kita bawa emas ke Mekah pas naik haji mau dijual bisa diterima oleh orang di Mekah. Atau kita mau keluar negeri buat jual emas itu juga bisa. Tapi apakah ada orang Indonesia yang keluar negeri cuma buat jual emas? Siapa Ibu? Oh yang pergi umroh. Tapi seringnya saya ketemu justru jual emas untuk beli tiket pesawat. Jualnya di mana? Di Indonesia. Ada juga nih yang udah niat banget ya bawa emas ke luar negeri untuk dijual. Pas mau jual, terkendala bahasa Inggris. Ya, takut kena tipu, yaudah bawa aja deh lagi ke Indonesia, entar aja di toko emas Singgalang gitu ya. Akhirnya jualnya di Indonesia lagi. Maksud saya di sini adalah nggak usah terlalu FOMO sama dengan produk yang bisanya dijual ke luar negeri. Ada yang sering ke luar negeri di sini? Yang sudah pernah angkat tangan? Belum? Atau mau ikut saya semua yuk? Jadi jarang biasanya orang sampai jual ke luar negeri. Malah lebih nyamannya jual di dalam negeri. Kenapa? Secara bahasa mereka mengerti, bisa bernegosiasi dan harga biasanya lebih unggul. Seperti itu. Nah sekarang kita mau boomingkan BSI Gold. Contohnya seperti apa? Kelebihannya tadi sekalian ya Bu ya. Ini adalah BSI Gold. Kemasannya ketika diedarkan ke masyarakat, kemasannya seperti ini. Ada akriliknya, tidak seperti produk yang A tadi, itu hanya seperti plastik flash disk ya. Dan di dalamnya di bagian luarnya plastiknya sering ngeletek kalau misalkan udah lebih dari 1 tahun apalagi. Dan ketika plastiknya mulai lepas yang antam, harganya akan berkurang. Bagaimana dengan yang BSI Gold? Ketika akrilik ini lepas harganya berkurang atau tidak? Tidak berkurang. Tapi berkurang bisa nggak harga emas ini? Atau nilainya tidak diakui penuh? Bisa. Kalau misalkan di belakang sini nih. Ini karena dummy ya. Di belakang sini kalau dia asli ada bulatan berwarna hijau di belakang emasnya ini. Ya, ada bulatan berwarna hijau, kelihatan? Tidak kelihatan karena memang tidak ada di sini. Ini dummy, kalau yang asli ada ya. Jadi kalau yang asli ada hijaunya dan itu apabila hijau itu pecah atau retak maka bisa jadi nilainya jadi turun karena kami perlu menguji ulang emas tadi apakah masih asli atau tidak. Tapi selagi bulatan hijau itu tidak rusak, maka kita hargai seharga nilai buyback pada saat itu. Harga bebeknya di mana? Dirilis oleh BSI setiap hari dan itu harga resmi. Jadi Bapak Ibu ketika jual emasnya BSI itu tidak akan dicederai dari sisi harga. Gitu. Di mana sih bisa jual ini saat ini? Saat ini ya. Ada yang tahu? Saya punya BSI Gold nih misalkan. Saya mau jual, kemana saya bisa jual? Ada yang tahu? Kemana? Galeri BSI Pegadaian. Saya jawab ya. Jualnya cukup datang ke kantor BSI manapun. Ada berapa sih kantor BSI di Indonesia? Ada 1.300 lebih. Ya. Jadi bisa dijual di BSI. Ini produsennya apa sih sebenarnya? Ini adalah produsennya Harta Dinata. Kita keluarkan brandnya BSI melalui kerjasama dengan Mas Harta Dinata. Gitu. Ya. Cukup? Ada pertanyaan? Kasih hadiah dong Ibu sama yang si Mas tadi di ujung. Ya. Ada pertanyaan lagi? Cukup? Atau ada yang mulai mau menabung emas? Sudah punya KTP semua kan ya? Kita tidak terima akta lahir ya untuk pendaftaran. Gitu lebih kurang. Bu Linda ada yang mau disampaikan? Nah teman-teman saya tambahkan sedikit. Teman-teman semua, ini kan masih muda-muda banget ya. Ada yang pengen umroh nggak kalau misalkan muslim? Mau. Haji juga pengen lah ya. Mau. Ada yang sudah daftar haji di saat ini di sini? Daftar haji? Belum ada satupun? Oke. Daftar haji saat ini tahu nominalnya berapa untuk pendaftaran pertama? Yang 25 tadi bilang siapa? Oh iya si ibu itu benar. Ini jangan di markup dong, calo ya. 25 juta aja kok harganya ya untuk pendaftaran. Pelunasannya itu tergantung tahun keberangkatan. Nah teman-teman yang tidak mau hajinya di masa tua, maksudnya umur 70 baru berangkat haji, daftar dari sekarang. KTP-nya daerah mana semua nih? Jakarta, ada yang di luar Jakarta? Depok, mana lagi Mbak? Bekasi. Mana? Bangka Belitung. Oh keren nih, siapa yang Bangka Belitung? Yang mana, yang mana? Oh Mbak ya, saya tapi sembunyi di sebelah kepala orang. Oke, untuk wilayah Jakarta, daftar tahun ini baru bisa berangkat adalah 30 tahun lagi. Ya, ada yang tahu sekarang umur berapa? Anggaplah 20 ya. 20 benar nggak? Nah, kalau daftar sekarang maka baru akan berangkat haji di umur 50 gitu ya. Tolong dipertahankan giginya ya. Jangan alis aja yang dipertahankan. Ini siapa yang udah ngubah-ngubah alis nih? Masih asli ya Bu ya? Aduh. Asli. Oke. Bangka Belitung mungkin lebih pendek tuh antriannya, Bekasi lebih kurang sama, Depok lebih kurang sama ya. Nah teman-teman di sini yang belum punya tabungan haji, boleh tanpa setoran nggak dulu nggak Bu kalau mahasiswa? Teman-teman dikasih gratis tuh sama Bu Linda ya sebagai kepemimpin cabang Majestic yang mau buka tabungan haji tapi tidak perlu setoran awal terlebih dahulu, silahkan serahkan aja KTP-nya dan data-data yang diperlukan untuk dibukakan rekening haji. Nanti penyerahannya secara kolektif, ini kampusnya di mana? Di mana? Pasar Bo. Sekarang hari Kamis. Berarti saya maju apa mundur nih? Oh maju ya. Berarti ini Pasar Bo semua? Bolehlah secara kolektif tabungan hajinya kita antar ke kampusnya teman-teman gitu. Nanti akan dapat 2 tabungan. Satu lagi kalau misalkan memungkinkan tabungan yang wadiah aja ya, yang tidak ada biayanya. Tahu tidak ada biaya seperti apa? Teman-teman punya tabungan, akadnya wadiah sama kayak punya tabungan ayam, celengan ayam tuh, yang disimpan tapi di bank. Artinya apa? Teman-teman punya tabungan, misalkan di dalam itu cuma ada 100.000, ya. Kemudian teman-teman nggak pernah pakai nih tabungan itu, 10 tahun kemudian, 100.000-nya hilang apa enggak? Kalau tabungan yang saya bilang ini tidak hilang uangnya, tetap aja segitu. Tidak ada biaya, tidak ada juga bagi hasil, gitu loh. Tidak perlu mencantumkan surat keterangan tidak mampu, tidak usah. Ya. Ini berlaku untuk semuanya, boleh. Ya. Jadi itu adalah salah satu tabungan favorit kita dengan akad wadiah, titipan. Teman-teman di sini belajar bahasa Arab nggak sih? Enggak ya? Ini jurusannya apa? Apa? Oh BK. Saya pikir tadi jurusan Pasar Rebo. Oke, cukup sampai di sini. Ada pertanyaan? Kalau ada yang mau klaim tabungan haji dan tabungan wadiahnya, silahkan nanti ke teman-teman cantik saya di sini ya. Ada Mbak Naja, ada Mbak Siva, ada Mas Eben juga ya. Oke. Ada lagi yang mau ditanyakan sebelum saya akhiri, saya tutup? Cukup? Kita tambah 1 jam lagi lah ya. Baik, terima kasih teman-teman semua. Saya akhiri, billahi taufiq hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kita foto bareng dulu ya. Gimana fotonya? Oh selfie aja, oke sip. Boleh merapat dong, sini dong. Nasi pada belum makan ya? Oh pada puasa semua? Bagus.